with Hembo's family in this? I mean, this is ridiculous. I see him every day. All these people. Now I have a list of people.
You see him.
I have a list of people.
You don't see his wife and his
It doesn't matter. We all have social media. I now have a list of people. I've got to thank you for the card for the holidays.
You don't have to send a thank you for someone sending you a holiday card.
Yes, you do. And then they're just looking for you to tell them, oh, wow, your family looks great. So many accomplishments. So, who cares?
So you're saying Hembo's family's ugly?
No.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds like.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5 grand. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BUY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. This is 101 ESPN. The program's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on a program, Doug, that is in full dais?
Full-throated.
I like
we'll
that.
be full-throated today.
I really do like that. First time we've all been on the dais together in studio since December 20th.
Gosh, it's been too long.
Amen. Good for
I
you.
can't tell you how much I've missed you fellas.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, wait a minute. I've seen all of you.
Not Martin.
Well, he was here when you were gone.
Yeah, but that was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's good to see everybody.
And the Abelin hour was minus Jackson, right? Because we were all here. Jackie was not.
Yes, correct.
What were you doing?
What was I doing? Likely sleeping, if I had to guess. Wow. It was from the hours of 7 to like 10. Yeah.
I thought we were the olds.
Yeah. That's how you spend your day off?
Well, you wake up at 4 every morning on the weekdays. Yeah. Sometimes you like to sleep in.
All right.
You guys have matching hats.
Yeah.
TMA STL shop.
We thought it'd be cute. Yeah, TMA STL shop. I'm going to work on that thing. You know what I need, Doug?
No.
I'll just put it out there right now. Designers. Ideas/designers for merch in 2025.
Okay. Fashion designers.
No, not really, but just ideas for shirts, hoodies, hats.
Okay.
You got it at tmastlshop.com. And yeah, if you're interested, I will be paying. So if you're interested, if you got some background in that, just want a little side work, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, what's on this dossier? Because I can't get into my email, and Doug was kind enough to share me his hard copy dossier. Let me hold it up for those in the YouTube.
He didn't seem to hold it in high regard. Here, take mine.
Yeah.
He quickly ditched the dossier.
I
was offended on behalf of the Alliance.
I was trying to help him out.
No, Doug is he's a team player is what he is, and that's the theme of the show. Is
that right?
Being,
that's the theme?
Being a team player. Who's going to be a team player out there for the Blue Note as they take on Rats?
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, no.
It's not that hard
the
to remember.
board is
who they're
down.
playing.
Minnesota. They take on the Wild.
Right here on 101 ESPN, Doug. We're 12 hours away from the puck drop in St. Paul. Not in Minneapolis, in St. Paul.
St. Paul.
What's nicer, Minneapolis or St. Paul?
They're similar. Similar. You never really know when you're in one and in the other.
I think Janie the lesbian lives in St. Paul. Is that right?
I think so.
I'll text her.
How do you not know that?
So?
Yeah, exactly. You
Well,
gotta
it's
do
not
some
like
show
there's
prep.
a huge river that maybe there's some geographical dividing line, but when I was there, you didn't know.
Well, I was talking about the lesbian. I wasn't talking about
Janie the
I wasn't
lesbian.
talking about Minneapolis.
She's married to the Viking Queen, by the way, Martin.
Okay.
Yep.
Skull.
Skull
I should have known you were talking about the lesbian.
Put that off.
I think St. Paul might be like the more like now kind of cool cutting edge.
Is that right?
I think. I'm going to text Cousin Nick, who lives in Minneapolis.
Cousin Nick can give us a report on the Blues and Wild.
Cousin Nick is a bitter Minnesota fan. He said we lose at everything. And I was watching that Vikings game the other night. I'm like, yeah, you're kind of right.
Well.
Like they'll probably lose at the Rams. Probably right. When have the Wild ever done anything, Doug?
The Golden Gophers lost in double OT to the weak Ohio State Buckeyes basketball last night.
Look at that, Jackson.
They haven't had a champion in any sport in a while, right?
Twins 91?
Twins 91?
Yeah, so it's been 30.
Probably the Gophers in hockey.
The North Stars, did they lose to the Penguins before they moved to Dallas? Am I right on that?
91-ish?
Mario Lemieux?
Sounds right.
So a big year in 91. They should have beaten the Falcons. But was it Gary Anderson who missed a field goal? And then Morton Anderson made the field goal, and then the Falcons lost to the Broncos in John Elway's last game in January of 99. Am I right on that?
Joe, stop it. Stop it. Get Joe's clip.
I enjoy legs and butts a lot.
I don't know what that was. But
Janie the lesbian.
That was Janie the lesbian. Colin Janie the lesbian.
The Vikings lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Remember that with Joe Cap?
And Dawson was smoking darts at halftime.
It might have been the one, right on the bench. No one thought anything of it.
Jackson would probably know the Golden Gophers in basketball. They have
Clem Haskins.
They have that risen floor.
Yeah, the barn, right? Called the barn.
Where if a player falls off, he could fall to his imminent death.
It's a cool place to see a game. It really is great.
Yeah, it seems really cool.
Doug, Jake Reynolds is welcoming everybody in the YouTube chat. Very active YouTube chat yesterday.
Thank you, Jake.
YouTube.com/TMASTL. Morning, boys. Hope all are warm and safe. For Martin, I'm working from the cozy confines of home in the great Afton. Take care of yourselves so you can take care of others. Thank you for all you do.
Oh, thank you. I like a good roll call.
Yeah. But
I'd like to know where they're listening.
This is what it's called now, the Great Afton?
Yeah.
That's what we have to refer to it as?
Sure. TGA.
The Great Afton. Okay.
Kind of like that.
Not bad.
That's where Jake Reynolds is. Milagro Tequila Lister of the Month. Was that in September?
I don't know the month, Tim.
October that he won the Milagro Tequila Lister of the Month. You can get involved on the program, youtube.com/TMASTL. That is up in the studio for us to view. I see John Scores is in there. He was the November Listener of the Month, brought to you by Milagro Tequila. You can call in. Chairman Kurt is in. Chairman Kurt, you were trying to get in yesterday. You were going to pick Jackson up. And you live in the city limits of St. Louis, Missouri, and you tried to back out of your garage, and then the alley had a snowdrift. Is that correct?
Yeah, I never park in the garage, but I wanted to get off the street when the snow came in, so backed into the garage, pulled out of the garage yesterday morning, made it about 8-10 feet, couldn't go forward, couldn't go backwards, so had to let Jackson know it was time to call in, go to the bullpen. Yeah, Popmeister.
How'd you get it out of there?
I did a little shoveling and was able to just get back in the garage and then just settled in for the day.
All right.
But got out this morning.
I would say Kurt's fired up. He was playing drops before the show.
Yeah, Doug Martin and I were just having a conversation, and then Doug gave a little information, and then Chairman Kurt played, what was that, the More You Know drop?
NBC.
And we're just off air. Martin, you were really impressed with
I
it.
turned around and said, "What is it?" Well, it was The More You Know.
Yeah.
We have drops before the show. I think it's kind of a threat to Jackson.
Not at all. But you never know when he may come down with a little something. And now that I know what I'm doing, it's good to get some reps in.
Wouldn't that be the problem that happened with your car? Wouldn't that be a huge problem to all the city dwellers who have the alley behind their house and they can't get out?
Yeah, and
another
I have a dumpster straight across the alley.
We get it.
Even without snow, it's hard to get in and out of that garage. I don't typically use it. I typically street park, but I don't know where I'm going to park when I go home today because the snow's all up against the curb.
Snow drifts?
Yeah. So we may be.
Can you park on the street? But that would get in the way of the plows.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like where I would typically park, there's already plowed snow that's going to prohibit that. So, but we'll figure it out.
Well, I have a carport.
How about that?
Okay.
I was a city dweller for about 10 years, and I believe is the policy they don't plow the side streets because it plows you in, but they do the main streets in the city.
I don't know.
Such as Tam Avenue.
Yeah.
Well,
the
where you
thoroughfare.
lived, they cleared out your area.
They're going to change that stretch to Tim McKernan Avenue, I believe. That ceremony is going to be at the St. Gabriel School picnic, but I will not attend the ones in October. It'll have to be in June.
Okay.
That's just
I feel like that could be Del Pietro Boulevard instead, maybe. We'll take your St. Gabe's Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, your St. Gabriel Mount Rushmore. Text them in 314-399-9646. Call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And you can watch the program, Jackson and I, with matching caps today, the TMA stocking hats. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Jackson, tell the people what you have prepared today on today's snowy smorgasbord.
A lot to discuss today.
Is there really? I would think that this is one of the lightest days that we've encountered since we've been on 101 ESPN. I got to be honest with you. Kind of like it.
Why do you hate Montana State?
I actually watched that.
Did you?
Now, if you bet on it, that's when we need to stage an intervention. But I did watch it.
Yeah, that's like 1 degree below betting on the Pro Bowl in terms of degeneracy.
I don't know. I think betting on that game, you can at least have some information. The Pro Bowl's betting a coin flip.
Yeah, at least these guys are going to try.
Right, the Pro Bowl, yeah. That's maybe like the non-playoff bowl games, but even that is probably a little less.
Oh, don't you start taking away from bowl wins.
I thought it was a little slow today. Then I looked up at ESPN this morning, 6 a.m. The graphic at the bottom said, "Are the Lions the best team left?" And I thought, left? They haven't even played yet. The best team left.
So, yeah, it can't be a slow day when you got stuff like that.
The best team left. I'm like, shouldn't they play a game or two before we say who's left?
Well, you would think that the teams that aren't in the playoffs probably aren't as good as the Lions.
Think about that. Think about that.
I thought that was sort of
good. I clearly didn't pay attention to any of this stuff. Slight advancement of our story from yesterday about Nolan Arenado and the Red Sox.
Yeah, that's legitimate.
Yeah, there's some news there. Fallout from Black Monday after a bunch of coaches get fired. A little bit of that.
We got fallout?
A little bit.
Who got fired outside of Doug Peterson and Gerard Mayo was on Sunday.
Yeah, but the head coaching search, I would say.
The carousel.
Well,
That's a pretty low Black Monday as far as body count, right?
Not as bad as it has been in years past.
Joy Taylor returned to the air yesterday, Doug, and she addressed the lawsuit.
A lot of that and some
Jason Whitlock also addressed.
We're going to play that audio. Best of luck. And then...
who are you saying best of luck to?
Whitlock. And...
I don't think he really works for anybody, so he doesn't have to worry about anything.
No, if anyone's lucky, it's him.
Anyone who's
like
what does all this mean?
I'm just talking, Doug. There's a radio show. You talk.
Who are you talking to? I feel like you're kind of talking to yourself.
Yeah, I would say that's accurate.
Yesterday would have been really the case, right? In here?
There was a situation. I had two clips of our interview with Army in case everything went haywire, and I could just fire that.
Wow.
Listen, it's better to be over-prepared than under-prepared.
Think about that.
Yeah.
How the roads for you, 969? How's everybody doing out there? 969. You just start panicking.
Sharon in Clayton wants to talk with Jackson. She's turning over a new leaf, she said, with your relationship for 2025. Since your roll calling, I'm listening from Sanibel Island, Florida. Doug, that's where I got married in 2011, as you know. Won't bore you with the weather here. Left the frozen tundra, a.k.a. St. Louis, on Saturday right before the storm hit. Glad everyone navigated the awful MoDOT road safely. The contrast between what ILDOT and MoDOT does is ridiculous. Happy Tuesday, Sharon and Clayton firing off a transportation take from Sanibel.
Okay. Is it better in Illinois? Is that what she's saying?
Andy Banker did a whole piece last night.
I saw that.
Documenting the IDOT highways, specifically highways, to MoDOT.
And what was the findings?
That Illinois is way better at clearing the roads. That's not scientific. I don't know if there's an explanation other than they did a better job. Simple enough.
I would imagine it's because part of Illinois gets a really rough winter, and so the state has to be prepared for the Chicago area.
Oh, I like that take.
Where much of Missouri doesn't get that much snow anymore. How often do we get this? We had 5 or 6 inches. It paralyzed our city. We used to get this stuff on the regular. But Chicago still does.
I found it to be odd. Jackson, in our group text this morning, I sent a text asking Jackson how it was coming into Hubbard Radio here in St. Louis. We're located off of Olive in Creve Coeur, Missouri. And Jackson said that Lindbergh and Olive, for whatever reason, are not really cleared relative to Ballas, which is a large road, but not as large as Lindbergh or Olive. I took 270 to Olive today.
How was it?
And had no problems whatsoever.
Full speed ahead?
I don't know about full speed, but it was clear, that's for sure. And you were calling them thoroughfares, is that correct? Doug had a problem with that?
I don't care for it.
Well, Olive and Lindbergh are certainly popular thoroughfares.
Just say roads.
Yeah, that's right. But they're state highways, so I think that might have something to do. You guys drove on?
It may technically be a state highway. It doesn't feel like a highway.
So you're saying Creve Coeur wouldn't have jurisdiction, perhaps, because it's technically a highway?
Possibly. I don't know. But you guys drove on Olive. It's not bad, but it is worse than most other roads you're driving on.
That's correct.
Yeah, and I avoided Lindbergh because I've heard tell of it being in really bad shape.
You like that, Martin? Hard tell.
I would like some plow drivers to call in and let us know their particular take on why. In fact, Ballas on the south side of Highway 40, terrible. You get on the north side where you probably got off, totally fine.
Right by the hospitals.
Yeah, well, one side looks like you could get a snowmobile out and have a competition.
Is that right, really?
And then you go another 100 yards and it's totally fine.
I know we have a lot of visitation students who listen to the show.
Yeah. Hey, girls, call in.
Call in 314-974-0101. Didn't gluten-free perk go to Viz, Doug?
I believe so.
Ruined me.
Yeah, right there she is. Munganess, the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on the presentation. That's Jamie Burkhardt. And he got Jackson's father, DBA Popmeister. His Toyota Highlander, and Jamie was listening yesterday when Jackson was raving about that Toyota Highlander traversing through the snow-packed streets of the St. Louis metropolitan area. Get yours by going to stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com and work with a company that Doug and I have been working with for a number of years and think the world of. That's Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Just go shopping. Go shopping today. You don't have to go to the lot. Just go online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And if you have a question, if you have a request, here's what you got. a number that they set up specific for TMA listeners to call or text. That number is 314-252-0029, 314-252-0029. Need service and you didn't get your car from Munganess? That's fine. You still work with Ryan Seiberg and his team in the service department. That's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. There is news regarding Nolan Arenado. There is news, and we will have that for you coming up on the other side of the break. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMA STL. Wow, Doug, Billy Gilman on a Tuesday. Do you have a problem with that?
No. I couldn't play it yesterday, and I wanted
Why
to...
couldn't you play it, boy?
Because you guys wouldn't have been able to hear it on the air link because I have to take it out of aux for YouTube purposes.
So much inside baseball
Sounds like
talk.
an excuse.
It does.
Well, it's a good excuse.
Well, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMA STL. Get in there in the chat because Steve and Max talking a stag and Tiny Peepee and Timothy Chalamet's sheer stockings.
He has sheer stockings? I didn't realize that.
He wants to know, did Jackson's dad give the entire show a ride this morning? That's Timothy Chalamet's sheer stockings at youtube.com/TMA STL. I can't speak for Martin, Doug, or the chairman. I can only speak for myself, and I was able to... Doug, do you like the term traverse the roadways?
No, just say drive on the roads.
I like the word traverse.
Thanks, Jackson.
No. He didn't drive anybody to where I don't think he drove either of you two.
You think your dad came and got me? How do you know?
He would.
Part of the alliance?
He would do it.
I don't want to tell you how to improve your brand, but I would have enjoyed a video yesterday of you in the car at 5 a.m.
In the back seat.
With, strapped in, booster seat with your dad. They just like a little commentary. Chuck Marla did that today, driving the roads. He went to the grocery store and then drove home in the snow and did a little commentary on the roads.
And he's holding his phone while driving?
Well, I think he had it docked, maybe?
Mounted?
Mounted.
Because it is illegal now to be on your phone. They're going to start giving tickets.
Yeah.
But they say you have to have been pulled over for some other reason.
They can't pull you over expressly for being on your phone?
It's like a secondary violation or something.
He looked like he was in Warson Woods. My buddy Mark Zinn says that's a police state. You got to be careful.
Warson Woods is a police state.
My mom got pulled over. I bought her a car one time, and it had slightly tinted windows. And like my mom's a gangster, and she got pulled over by the Taco Bell and written up. And she said, "What kind of car did you get me?" And I said, it was for the sun, like tinted windows. And she got written up. And I told my buddy Mark Zinn's a producer at Fox 2. He's also a weather guy. And he said, "Oh, that's a police state over there." And I said, "What? They'll get you."
I like that term, police state.
The police don't like those tinted windows. They can't see who they're walking up to if they have to stop.
Well, I understand. These were not extreme. My mom, Not
She's
rolling dirty. I mean,
she's a threat. My mom's not rolling dirty.
Could be the title of the segment, Chairman Kurt, if you're looking for one in the early going.
Right after the grandma segment.
From John Denton. While it looked for a time that Nolan Arenado could be headed to the Yankees with Paul Goldschmidt or instead to a Dodgers franchise he rooted for as a kid while growing up in Southern California, a new team has seemingly emerged as a favorite to land the 10-time Gold Glove winner. The Red Sox have emerged as a strong candidate to land Arenado via trade from the Cardinals, a source told MLB in recent days. And Arenado has told the Cardinals he is willing to waive his no-trade clause to go to Boston. That is per a source, John Denton, with that story. Katie Wu also writing about it this morning. So Nolan Arenado has let the Cardinals know, per John Denton, that the Red Sox would be acceptable. Doug, Nolan Arenado to the Red Sox, could it be happening?
Well, it could. If I were him, I would certainly think that would be a nice landing spot. Ballpark kind of made for his swing, that short left field wall out there.
310 feet down the line.
They've got Devers at third, but he's not a great defensive third baseman. They can move him to first base, I guess, or DH, and be much better off defensively. I think that deal would make some sense.
I think the story yesterday we were quoting was Mass Live,
That's
which
correct.
is sort of their Boston news outlet. And one of the tweets that had the story at the bottom, and a little asterisk, it said, "It's not clear if the Red Sox are interested." Did you see that? The whole story is about Arenado to the Red Sox. Chris Cotillo, who who is like a respected Boston reporter, is saying this could be in play. And I think there's enough smoke here that there's certainly some talks going on. But at the bottom, it says, with an asterisk, it's not clear if the Red Sox are interested. I'm like, well, isn't that a huge part of this?
Seems like that's an important
that's
part
a
of
big. So even Arenado waiving the no trade or saying, yes, I'm good with Boston. And I would think if you said no to Houston, all of a sudden your options are getting less and less limited.
Yeah.
It doesn't appear to be the Yankees or Dodgers at this point. So I would say yes if I were him. But that little asterisk, it doesn't appear. It's not clear if the Red Sox are interested.
Per Katie Wu's column, she writes, we've entered the new year, and pitchers and catchers report in 5 weeks, February 10th to be exact. I was looking for that date all day yesterday, usually pretty easily accessible. Martin, you've gotten February 11th as the day they report. Katie Wu's got it as February 10th because we're trying to bring back the picnic table for this show. First time in 5 years, Doug, the picnic table would be outside the Cardinal clubhouse. Woot, woot.
Don't they usually have this information months in advance?
That is true, and that's why I found it to be odd that I couldn't find it. I was looking for it yesterday in the process of communicating with the sales staff here on hotels and flights. And February 10th, according to Katie Wu. Martin, you've been in touch with some people at the Cardinals.
Yeah, I was told, in fact, yesterday when you and I were texting, I couldn't find that information anywhere.
Isn't it amazing?
I went through all my emails and said it probably came out in December and I just missed it. No. And then I found the games listed, spring training games.
Doug, is it February 22nd against the Marlins?
I don't know.
Saturday tilt?
I don't know.
I would guess it's against the Marlins.
Yeah,
just
or
safe
Nationals.
bet.
Maybe they really are sitting this one out.
They're not even going to spring training. We'll
What
be
was in your
there.
mind when
The
you were
team
told
may or
that
may
the
not.
contract was done?
What's that?
Either the 10th or 11th.
More of that on the
Tim, I can
table.
confirm either the 10th or the 11th.
There it is, Doug. That is an exclusive TMA 101 ESPN report. Katie writes, we've entered the new year. Pitchers and catchers report in 5 weeks, February 10th to be exact. Since the Cardinals' ill-fated attempts to trade Arenado to Houston, there's been next to no traction in his trade talks. Quote, the update would be it's been very quiet, Mozeliak said in a recent interview on KMOX. That was Sunday morning. If we have the ability to find him a place he desires, it's something we're going to try to do. If not, he will have to be a part of our club moving forward.
No, that's a threat.
Screenshot that.
He's been threatened.
He'll have to.
Think he'll sit at the picnic table?
I don't know how that's going to work out. We've had a tough run with Cardinal third baseman in the past. Martin, you just missed the Troy Gloss interview, but it was a Jim Dandy. Scott Rowland, not really a friend of the picnic table either, but he would, like Chris Carpenter and Yadier Molina, glare at the picnic table, where his friend of the program, Jim Edmonds, would bail on workouts and just sit at the picnic table
For
while his
hours
teammates
on end.
were practicing. Yes.
And wasn't Jed Jerko a third baseman? Played a little.
He played some third.
Well, Plowboy boxed him out one time when he was
that wasn't well received by the organization.
Walking out, he kind of threw Pacheco going to the fence.
Joe Strauss would watch this play out with both confusion and disdain.
I buried my head below the picnic table at times. I was so humiliated.
I was talking about the habits of dung beetles as the chairman, Bill DeWitt, approached the picnic table. We've just really kind of embarrassed ourselves, which is the brand. And this program, of course, is all about the brand.
Right.
I don't want to go too into detail here, but I believe the Cardinals' expression to me was, we could probably work something out, but we're not going to do that thing where we chase the guys around.
That's fair. That's fair.
Which I think is more than fair. You've got professional athletes being chased around the parking lot.
By the Plowhawk, who nearly boarded a bus when Mike Matheny was having them go to the escape room in Dexter Fowler's first year. Doug, was that the 2017
I don't
spring
know the
training?
years, Tim.
And the Plowhawk nearly boarded the bus, and Dexter said, "You can come with us." And he was still mic'd up and about to get on the bus, and that's when the organization stepped in and said, "Okay, boys, that'll do it."
Great to meet you. I'm Darren. Great to meet you. Welcome to St. Louis. How you guys doing?
And that's when the Cardinals escaped the playoffs that year, too. Pretty sure.
They began a couple-year run there. So, yeah, if we have the ability to find a place he desires, it's something we are trying to do. If not, he will have to be a part of our club moving forward. Doug, there you go.
To me, that's a threat. And have you noticed that even some of the lesser teams around baseball are being active now?
The Reds, Gavin Lux.
Yeah, the
Oakland A's have spent again.
Yeah, they signed Brent Rooker.
They must really like the Sacramento market.
The Royals signed Michael Lorenzen. And the Cardinals, nothing.
The A's,
doing nothing?
Doesn't the A's maneuvering feel a little bit like the Rams getting to L.A. and saying, "All right, you jerks that we left behind."
They drafted Todd Gurley before they even left here. And that wasn't a tell.
They were.
They're required to spend at least 1.5 times the revenue sharing money that they get.
So they're making sure they don't get in trouble.
Yeah.
Spend some money before you get in trouble. Okay.
The Cardinals' efforts to trade Arenado are at a standstill, which has stalled their offseason plans. Trading him was previously categorized as a top priority for the club, and being unable to do so would have severe ramifications for the 2025 roster. The club's primary reason for wanting a trade is to create financial flexibility. The Cardinals are lowering payroll and have cited multiple reasons. Their restructured television deal, which saw St. Louis take a pay cut of roughly 25% this upcoming season, a projected drop in ticket sales and gate revenue this season, and reallocation of funds to the organization's player development system, a multi-year project. If the Cardinals cannot find a way to clear Arenado's salary from their books, they will have to resort to other measures, including shopping pitchers previously planned to be a part of the team.
What pitchers could you shop that would get much play?
Matz and Fetty. I wouldn't know how much play it'd get. Michaelis, like Contreras, has indicated he, quote-unquote, wants to be here.
The thing that always puzzles me is that this team has had a long run of extended success, going all the way back to when they picked up McGuire in '97. Almost every year since then, they've drawn 3 million fans or more, usually in the playoffs, 4 times in the World Series, twice won it, sold out crowds. Do they not have any money left over from any of that success? Do they not have any cushion there for a rainy day when they could see something like this happening, where they needed to go out and spend to be competitive? Have they spent every last dime of all that money they made over the last 2 or 3 decades? There's nothing left.
Right. In other words, all the years of excess, you're saying,
Didn't they bank some of that?
Could help you a little bit in a downturn.
Wouldn't you think? One bad year, and now they're just crushed?
Furthermore, Doug, on that topic, the Cardinals are not going to trade Arenado, per Katie Wu, unless the trade partner will take on a majority of his remaining $74 million. And since I went to St. Louis University High School, I am able to do that math on the fly, and that means somebody would have to take at least $37.1 million of the remaining 74. I just don't know how appealing that is. So, yeah, we can talk about the Red Sox all day, but Martin notes that, the Red Sox have not necessarily indicated whether or not they're interested.
Yeah. I would think that he'd be a really good piece to add for a team like that. The team that's got plenty of cash, looking for a player to prove he's not done, looking for a potential Hall of Fame guy who might still have 2 or 3 really good years left, I would think he'd be a pretty good pickup for some.
It has to be embarrassing for him, the way this is playing out.
Yeah.
I mean, a superstar player, a 10-time Gold Glove winner, being shopped around and then being told he might have to be here, and clearly doesn't want to be here. I think it's mutual. It's pretty clear. I mean, they went to the winter meetings and said, we're going to try and trade him, and the agent says he wants out. He wants to go somewhere where they're going to win. And now that player comes back, potentially
having to play.
I think that's Jackson's first get at the picnic table is Nolan Arenado.
Yeah, he'll be sitting down with us.
I think that'll be easy.
I'm still a little befuddled as to why he wouldn't agree to go to Houston. I mean, Texas has got, no state income tax? That would mean a lot of cash in his pocket for the money that he makes. You're going to a contending team, a place where you might be able to hit 35, 40 home runs with that short left field. I don't get it.
For the record, regarding projected contenders in the upcoming season, the Astros are plus 1,300 to win the World Series, and that is the 7th best number in all of baseball. The Red Sox are plus 2,200 to win the World Series, which is the 9th best in all of baseball. Their projected season win total is 84.5. So that is the math for the Boston Red Sox. The Astros' projected win total is, 86.5.
What do you got on the Cardinals, buddy?
76.5.
76.5.
76.5.
And the reporting at the time was that he wanted to wait and see what else was out there. I just don't think it works like that with Houston. The deal is not going to be there a month later or 2 months later.
Well, I think when the Astros went and got Christian Walker, that ended it for...
Right, but Arenado expressing that, I think Katie Wu reported it, that he kind of wanted to wait and see. Basically, if there's a better offer, that may come back to bite him.
For the record, the Cardinals World Series odds are plus 6,000. That is better than the Blue Jays, Giants, Pirates, A's, Nationals, Angels, Marlins, White Sox, and Rockies.
Good morning.
Yeah. There you go, Doug.
Well, you can't like a team's chances much when they're not even sure they're going to have spring training.
If the Cardinals are going to eat, or the team like the Red Sox or whoever will take Arenado is going to eat most of that contract, the return you're going to get for him is probably next to nothing, right?
Yeah, probably so.
Which was never their main concern.
Certainly not.
Their main concern was
dumping it.
Yeah, and I think Boston fans, who's the young prospect they have there, that they're all concerned, Cassis or something, they're all concerned. You better not trade him. You better not. I don't think that's the motivation for the Cardinals at all. It's just the money.
Forget the product on the field. Any update on bringing the indigestion cam back where the Fats get to hoist their helmet nachos like it's the Stanley Cup? That's from Al in Dadeville.
Yeah,
Doug, have you got any updates on that?
No.
You probably want to talk to the Vice President of Special Projects.
No, I haven't heard anything about the release of the Hoosier promotion either.
That's the winner.
Yeah, I think that would be a big hit.
I do like the Walrus cam. That is always a good time.
Well, Willie, find out for us. what happened with the Golden Hoosier? Was supposed to be a promotion, I thought. Get Walt on the
line. Doug, could you do a little digging and find out why Arenado doesn't want to go to Houston? You could present your findings on the Channel 4 Sportscast tonight. That's from caller Ellen.
Yeah, I'm not on there anymore.
Great show last night.
3.5 years now I haven't been on there. 3.5 years.
That'll do it. Back to you, Steve.
There you are. You did a live shot last night, throwing it back to Steve Savard.
I have to tell you this. I went to a pet store over the weekend in
Past Pets at Crestwood Mall.
No, it was out in Chesterfield. I was out there. And the older lady is taking my order. I got some dog food. And she says, "What's your phone number for the receipt?" I give her the phone number. She says, "First name?" I said, "Doug." Last name? I said, "Vaughn." She goes, "Oh, same as the famous guy." I said, "What?"
And you had to be in the awkward spot to say, "I'm the famous guy."
Yeah, what did you say in response?
I said, "You mean the guy on Channel 4? Is that where it was? I don't know. I just know the name." I said, "Okay."
Why do you assume she hasn't been listening to HD2 the last few years?
I don't know. I just thought that was kind of odd and funny. Kind of weird.
The famous guy.
That's what she said.
That puts you in a tough spot.
Mm-hmm. It does.
Get involved on the program, youtube.com/TMASTL. Joey Vitale's Orange Scully is active talking to Stag and Adam Welly. So we got Scully talking to Welly. You like that, Doug?
I like it a lot.
youtube.com/TMASTL. That's where you can watch and participate. The studio cameras are brought to you by the Air Alliance team. You miss anything, podcast this show. Listeners of TMA have been podcasting like the Dickens for years, and Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor sponsor of the podcast on TMA. Email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. I've gotten to know Michael, and I know he takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that's why he's offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. Michael's passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why he is making sure he gets the best carpet installers and gives them $7 a square yard. That is incredible compensation in this industry. If you are a carpet installer and interested in working with Michael, go to the website igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. It's Michael's Flooring with 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. It's Michael's Flooring, and they are looking to bring on the best carpet installers and give them $7 a square yard. Incredible compensation in the flooring industry. If you are interested, go to igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action as they head up to Minnesota. Take it on the Wild. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game starts at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, this is the remix, huh? I thought there was going to be some bass kicking in.
I did too.
And right when I heard it, I was going to hit the post. It's just the same thing on repeat.
A little instrumental. The song's called 5% Tint.
There it is.
It's based off Martin's story about his mom driving tinted windows.
Oh, I see.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock. Our call-in, Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-010. And yes, Martin, I cut you off.
I'm sorry. No, I had breaking news from friend of the show, Luis, who says the food cam will be back at Busch Stadium, in case you were wondering.
Great.
Big.
Also, cousin Nick in Minneapolis. Cities are divided on it. Dumbass St. Paul people love it, despite the city having almost no redeeming quality. Sounds like cousin Nick's all in on Minneapolis.
Wow. Huh.
He said it's a gleaming jewel by comparison. More of everything. He said I-35 goes through St. Paul. The speed limit's 45. What the F is that? West side of the river is way better in every way. So there, I was wrong.
Okay.
I said I thought St. Paul was kind of like a hipster thing, like how Brooklyn happened.
Yeah.
He said the only reason to stop in St. Paul is to go to a Wild game or the state high school hockey tournament. There you go.
And the Mississippi River goes right between the two cities.
I believe that's correct.
I guess it does.
Blues are up there tonight. They are underdogs to the Minnesota Wild. Doug, if you're interested in firing a wager, just to give yourself a little dopamine kick.
Okay.
At 7:07 Central Time, which you can catch here on 101 ESPN. The Blues are plus 110, the Wild minus 130. And some news on Blues telecasts kind of out of nowhere.
Okay.
And Doug, with you working at KMOV, you'll be able to give us some perspective on this from the Post-Dispatch this morning. For the first time in more than a decade and a half, the Blues are adding an over-the-air station to their local television package. The team will shift one game in February and 2 in March from cable's FanDuel Sports Network to KMOV and sister station Matrix Midwest, which is Channel 32. It was announced on this morning, as a matter of fact. The Blues contest on February 22nd at home against Winnipeg on a Saturday will mark the first time since KPLR Channel 11 was in the mix for the 2008-2009 season that a broadcast television station will show one of the team's locally produced telecasts. Games on March 8th and March 25th round out the KMOV Matrix schedule. How about that?
Okay. I believe it's on one of their digital channels. Right, it's not the main Channel 4 CBS affiliate.
Just on the Matrix, it's not on KMOV, correct?
I believe that's right.
It says from FanDuel Sports Network to KMOV and sister station Matrix Midwest. So if it's Saturday night, what does that preempt? Murder, She Wrote?
I don't know if that's still on. Angela Lansbury is no longer with us, is she?
I'm television's own Doug Chandler Hill.
There I am right there.
Are you that famous guy?
No.
So are they simulcast a Bally's FanDuel production?
It says they're moving them to.
I wonder how that works. Okay.
Wonder what that's about. What do you think that's about?
Well, I think Channel 4 announced months ago that they were going to use one of their digital stations. You know, they have Me TV now, I think. You know, it's 4.2. You only get it normally if you have an antenna. You know, a lot of those stations won't show up on your cable, I don't believe. And they also wanted to do a sports station to dive more into local sports.
Well, they've done that with Mizzou. They've had some pregame, postgame.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Justin Gage.
Yeah.
He's been on there.
Yeah.
Coaching over at CBC.
I wish I knew more about it.
Helping out.
But I've not worked there in some time now.
But nobody knows that. So you could probably walk in today, demand some answers, ask how much time you have at 6, and just start doing a show. Everybody will just assume you work there.
We got weather. You got a minute and a half tops.
FanDuel's parent company, which recently was rebranded from Diamond Sports Group to Main Street Sports Group, is just beginning to emerge from bankruptcy after more than a year and a half, and associated distribution problems for the company have contributed to deeply declining ratings in recent years. For example, FanDuel's Blues ratings at the start of January were down 30% from the same number of telecasts last season, when the club went on to finish with its worst full season figure since the 2009-2010 season. In addition, the outlet's Cardinal ratings have plummeted 47% over the past 2 years. The teams haven't helped either, with declining play in recent seasons compared to past seasons.
Well, it's not just the teams haven't helped. The teams are mostly responsible for it, I think.
But I do think for people such as myself, and Jackson, you're a YouTube TV guy, the lack of accessibility is, I think, a big issue. And I think even bigger, if you want to drive it forward for future problems from a more macroeconomic standpoint, I think people have found, I don't really miss it that much. I think that's been a bigger thing with baseball, that whether it be because of the pandemic or you're a younger person who uses YouTube TV, and then you go, I'm not going to switch back to something else. I like the YouTube TV user experience, the interface, and I don't really miss watching Cardinal games, so I'm just not going to go. I'm just not going to switch. I'm just not going to watch.
I'm sure that's a factor, but it's also a factor that you're not that interested because they're not any good.
Sure, it's twofold.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that I think the accessibility factors into this, which lends itself to the fact that they're now putting games over the air on KMOV or Matrix Sports.
Yeah.
Well, I think having a local over-the-air outlet, putting Cardinal games on Channel 5 for years.
Yep.
Or
they did that through 2010.
Yeah, and KPLR had a
Rich
package.
Gould was on the call.
Yeah, I mean, if you had, he's still bitter about all of those. Well, back when they were good, they were on Channel 11. They don't exist anymore. He might say that a time or two. But when you have that local outlet, then there's just more access. And I think the teams probably got kind of high on the hog, and all the money was flying in from cable. They didn't need a local partner. I think it's shifting a little bit. They want as much exposure as they can get. It's probably smart by the Blues. It's smart by Channel 4. I know my boss, Kurt Kruger, had talked to the Blues about something like this.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he told me this maybe 6 months ago. He said, I've talked to Zimmerman. We talked to the Blues about maybe doing some games over here or putting them on Channel 11. So I think there's more interest. We could ask Bill DeWitt about it too. Maybe the Cardinals would like to do some model where they can get some more games just in front of more people. Because like you said, if you can't get it, can't find it, then you just say, I don't need it.
That's the issue. People will go out of their way to subscribe to Netflix to watch a playoff game. We saw that happen last year with that Chiefs-Dolphins playoff game. They will go out of their way to find football. But baseball and hockey don't have the same driving force. It's just people may not like to hear it, but it doesn't change what the data shows. And as we've discussed, the teams certainly haven't been as good or flat out poor in the case of the Cardinals over the last 2 seasons. Young Timmy, you hit the nail on the head with all the different streaming services, Netflix, Hulu, all that stuff. There's just so much stuff to watch on TV. It's easy not to miss sports, even if you love it. That's from Sasha Gray's Fluffer.
Nice. I'll give you a little perspective from a younger cat.
Oh, from the news.
Oh, look at this. You like that, a younger cat, like he's Jack Kerouac.
Yeah. I've talked about it before, like with streaming sports, the annoying thing is going from app to app to try to flip around.
I agree with that.
I think one of the best things about live television is being able to flip around, being able to really drive. And with YouTube TV, you're able to do that much easier than if you're switching from the ESPN app to the Fox Sports app. It's much easier to do that through YouTube TV. And when the Cardinals and Blues aren't on there, and you have to go sign into the new FanDuel Sports TV account, that's like a commitment, And it's like, well, what if I get in there and the game's no good? I got to go back and forth. I'm telling you, being able to flip easily. When I was watching the Golden Globes and the Vikings and Lions, I was hitting one button, going back and forth. Loved it. If I had to leave the app and come back every time, I would hate it.
Yeah, it's a pain.
And then you go to Sports Final on just 245.
Lights off, hands folded.
Isn't the NCAA tournament the best example of they had this great product, and if you were watching KMOV, but you were a fan of Illinois or Marquette or whatever your team was, you wanted to make sure you could see it. Now they've made sure every game, TNT, True TV, wherever the hell you can find all those games. And it was a great example of, I think there was a demand for it. So you put it on all the different outlets and people get, instead of you just eventually saying, well, it's too hard to find my game. They figured out a way that everybody could see, as opposed to baseball where they find a way for you not to watch. The NCAA tournament figured out a way that everybody could see every single game they wanted to.
I tried to watch something last night on Disney Plus where I have an account, not my main TV, but one in a different room. I went to Disney Plus. It said, okay, put in your email. Oh, my email was already there. Great. It said, now put in your password. And then there was no place to put in the password. There was no keyboard. There was nothing. There was no way to type in the numbers and the letters of my password.
Probably on your phone. Probably scan the QR code.
I scanned the QR code. I did all that. I left a broken man, so much so that I'm not going to work at Channel 4 today.
Were you going to watch Aristocats?
I was going to watch. It was either Hacks or The Bear from all the Golden Globe.
Relaxing.
Smart. Yeah, I don't know. I was going to watch something like that. Couldn't get in.
It happens. It happens twice a week at our house. My wife says, "Oh, that one's on Amazon. That one's on," and then the app doesn't open. She said, "Hold on, let me get my phone. I can scan this. Hold on, it's on my laptop." I'm like, oh, forget it.
Yeah,
just forget it.
I might even read a 20 minutes. I finally got to the point. Enter your password, and there was nowhere to enter it. Not on the remote, not on the screen.
Is your password the famous guy?
Yes, it is.
You can get involved in the program, youtube.com/TMASTL. John Scores talking it over with Stag and Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. And is it Bob Lucier, Doug, or Bob Lucier?
I don't know his name.
Well, he's in there with Too Fat to Kayak and John Cusick, so they're all talking it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. 217 friends have gathered to watch the program, and Jackson and I wearing our matching skull caps.
Yeah, beanies.
You like that? Toques?
I'm thrilled.
Matching toques?
It is. It's nice. The weather's fine indoors here.
But you know my hair situation. If I take this off.
Let's see what it looks like.
You know my skull situation if I take this off.
Okay.
It looks fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, it looks like you have matted tufts.
No, yeah, it looks like I have hair glued on.
Slightly disheveled.
Yeah, I'm not doing
It's
that.
not a hair piece, is it?
No piece.
Okay.
I think you look hot.
Thank you. You too.
No problem, man. Doug, you like that one?
Gosh.
That ever happened with like you and Zipper Zeppa?
Never really did, no.
Camaraderie is key.
Paul Alexander, you said, am I like that vest you're wearing?
He was long gone by the time I got. So was Ali Roman.
He always had the vest.
Earl Humphreys was nightside.
No, he was there when I was there.
Yeah,
got it covered. Herb Humphrey, nuts.
I like when guys would have an out, like they'd always have a hat for when they would go outside, you know?
Andy Banker's a big hat guy in cold weather.
I think that's the move.
Yeah, but like carrying and then taking off when you get inside, putting it on the coat rack with your coat, and then as soon as you go outside, you put the hat right back on.
Yeah, you're going to go have a scotch for the next few hours?
Yeah, smoke like 100 darts.
It used to be a major fashion faux pas if you wore a hat indoors.
Right. Well, the saloons wouldn't allow it, right?
You like that saloon?
Well, no.
Well, I don't know. You were.
I wasn't a bar guy when they were called saloon.
you were
not that old.
Born in 78?
Yeah, 1835.
There was a young reporter on Channel 5 the other night, and she was at the Tam overpass. And I thought, how many years has this been a thing?
Yeah.
And I guarantee they have no clue that it's been going. The news reporters always would go to the Tam overpass talking about snow and weather. But she said, she didn't say I'm at the Tam overpass. She said, I'm over by Turtle Park.
I was about
by
to say
Forest. I was
Turtle
like,
Park.
no, it's the Tam
Avenue overpass.
I could feel Mike Bush. You are at the Tam overpass. That's where we go for news live shots.
But that's not like it's Oakland right there, right? And then Tam, but Tam is on the other side of.
Well, Tam crosses over the highway, so they stand there and tell you what the traffic is. But that goes back, what, 40, 50 years, Doug? News report.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to the Tam overpass to see how traffic is.
Right.
And they're still doing it.
And it's absolutely mandatory that these poor reporters have to stand out there in the weather.
Yes.
When they're telling us not to go anywhere. Here they are. They went somewhere. And they're part of the traffic problems now. And they're being miserable by standing there, sometimes waiting an hour or more to do their report. Couldn't they do that at the station? And just immediately show video of the area?
People love live TV.
Yeah,
they
people
like to
love
see
that.
You'd still be live at the station.
You know you're watching and you go, boy, that girl looks miserable. It's cold.
Yes.
And you just can't stop watching.
Makes you feel better about yourself.
Yeah, it's like the hurricane reporters with flying objects.
Hanging onto the pole.
Absolutely.
That's all going to end as soon as someone's live and has their head taken off by a flying stop sign.
No, then
that'll
it goes
end
viral.
it. That's going to end it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. STL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt fielding your calls at 314-974-0101. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Together Credit Union here to help you through the mortgage process, the entire process. As your hometown home loan provider, Together Credit Union has a home loan solution for every buyer out there. Get in on the action, whether you're buying your first home, downsizing, sizing up, need a second mortgage. Together Credit Union is here for you. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional, home equity, jumbo loans. They've got it all. They even have specialty loans like FHA, union member mortgages as well, and community contributor mortgages. All sorts of options. Together Credit Union understands the mortgage loans can get a little complicated. They're going to help make the process easy. All handled in-house, all here in St. Louis. Together Credit Union's experienced lending teams will handle the underwriting, the servicing, everything in between, all done locally. Remember, Together Credit Union, your hometown home loan provider. Check out the rates at togethercu.org. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
This gets you fired up for spring training and its start, which is either February 10th or 11th. Jackson, is your dad going to start an Uber? The TMA audience is in. That's from Stag in the YouTube chat, Jackson.
Nah,
YouTube.com/TMA.
Probably not, if I had to guess. He's retired, but, he's still a grandfather. And
did you have any problems getting to the studio today?
No, I had no issues. I have Moment of Ice on 40 right by Liverpool.
I like it. Moment of Ice.
A Moment of Ice.
Is it up for cinema of the year? Film of the year?
A Moment of Ice. I for just like a minute there on 40, but no, uncovering my car from the snow yesterday was a hell of an adventure.
Hey, you need a ride? You call the Popmeister. He'll be there in no time. Let's do a thing.
And listen, he told me he was ready to go for me this morning, but I was able to shovel my car out yesterday, and I was fine getting in, really.
Huh. Okay. Now, when you had this moment of ice, did your car spin or something?
I could feel the back. So I have front wheel drive, so the back tires I could kind of feel getting a little loose. But I was going slow enough that it wasn't going to be a concern. I was going like 30 down 40 the entire way, which is fine. I had a big truck in front of me, keeping me safe.
Doug, Larry Nickel always calls in on Tuesdays with that WWE recap.
Yes,
but last night, it was the first time that the WWE aired on Netflix. Did you catch it?
I did not.
That's where you try and enter your password in, and you couldn't.
Yeah, I tried for about 3 hours to get the password, but there was no way to get it in.
I watched it because I do show prep, and The Rock was the first person out. John Cena appeared at the start of what would be the 8 o'clock hour in the St. Louis area. And then at about, I would say, was it 9:20, 9:25?
I don't know the times, Tim.
Hulk Hogan returned with Jimmy Mouth of the South Howard. And he was carrying Old Glory. Red, white, and blue, brother.
Okay.
And out comes Hulk Hogan. And here is the reception he received in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You know something, maniacs? I've been in this business for over 40 years, and the greatest part of my life was being part of this great WWE, guys.
Were those boos?
There was a little more meat on the bone. I apologize. I should have specified. But yes, he came out and he promoted his beer, which is called Real American Beer. Doug, I don't know if you had a chance to.
I have not had a sip of it.
So if you're a real American, you would drink that beer.
Okay.
That's correct. And yes, he was booed off the stage at Los Angeles' debut of WWE on Netflix, which I think is going to be a hell of a partnership. But that was a stunning development, and I'm anxious to hear what Larry Nickel has to say about that, because he covers professional wrestling for us better than anybody in the market, I think, for my money.
You're pissing me off right now.
Yeah, me too.
What's the Hulk Hogan backstory? Why do they hate him?
That's what I wanted to know.
I suspect, being in California, they hated him because of his support of Trump.
Oh. I don't know if that's a real left-wing audience at the WWE.
I don't know.
Larry,
There's no other reason to dislike him, is there?
Larry will have those demographic breakdowns.
Larry's not on the dossier, but I noticed on Tuesdays he'll text into the show, "Hey guys, I'm on hold." Like, that doesn't seem like an official guest when they're texting in, "Hey guys, I'm on hold."
John Kelly's going to be with us, but I don't think he's going to text us.
I would love it if I looked at the text line and Bill DeWitt III, "Hey guys, I'm on hold. Are we still doing this?"
Eric,
by the way, the Cardinals are coming to Los Angeles.
He likes what he sees this offseason. Eric in the Central West End agrees with you, Doug. Typical Libby woke Los Angeles. Such a disgrace to Hulk Hogan. So there's Eric in the Central.
Is there any other reason not to like him?
Well, he's had a couple of off the
mat.
Thank you. Situations.
What's happened
over the last decade? Well, he had an incident with our friend Bubba the Love Sponge. And was that his wife?
I doubt that people in L.A. were booing him last night because of Bubba the Love.
Daughter involved in some of this stuff?
Racial insensitivity.
What was the daughter thing, though? Did he?
daughter Brooke. Well, I had the reality program. Chairman Kurt, do you have info? I see you grabbing the mic. I'm picking up a read that you might have information.
I think it's a combination of everything you guys have mentioned. I think a lot of it has to do with the political stuff, but he's had a tumultuous last decade off the mat.
There you go.
Nice.
So his brand has maybe been tarnished a bit, and they're just kind of letting him know they're aware.
And I think some of the hardcore WWE fans are maybe a little sick of these 70-plus Hall of Famers being shoved down their throats so often. Ric Flair went through that a little bit.
Yeah. Ric Flair got booed?
Not booed, but he just... I saw something over the weekend where Ric Flair was going to lace up the boots for one more match.
Nice, Doug. You wanted to see him fight.
Very much so. Lace up the boots.
You can do that on Sports Sunday. Have him in as a guest.
I'm not there.
Jackson's guy Travis Scott made an appearance last night too, and I think he was smoking some drugs on the show.
Smoking drugs.
Well, they're on Netflix. I assume anything is.
So now it's okay to smoke drugs?
Well, he's in California.
He
it's
walked,
on Netflix.
He walked Jey Uso to the ring
smoking drugs. He's smoking pot.
I would say we're talking PCP. Smoking drugs.
Like in Training Day.
Doug HB Cards is in the YouTube chat, and he says they cheered The Undertaker, and he is a Trump guy. That's from HB Cards in the YouTube chat.
Maybe. He wasn't at the convention, though,
I
was
agree
he?
with Tim that the audience would not be that concerned about liberal
politics. You don't think they were taking Subarus to the... What is the name of that arena where the Clippers play now, Jackson?
The Intuit Dome.
The Intuit Dome.
I don't know. But that's the only really thing recently that he's done that's been controversial, isn't it?
But there's usually a storyline. That's what I assumed I was missing out. Kind of like this show, I'm a few seasons behind. I wondered if something had happened, storyline, that he was against WWE or he said Raw sucks or something. I figured there's a story there. Larry will
inform us whenever he decides to appear on the program. You're welcome to get involved on the program. So many different ways to do so. Calling in, Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And then Eric Bishop is talking it over and says, nah, wrestling fans like when the old guys come back. That's in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan here for Aesthetic Design and Build. Outdoor living spaces expertly designed. I've gotten to know the guys at Aesthetic Design and Build. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, which I visited and was so impressed and said, hey, can you guys come to our house and check it out and see what we can do with your custom work? That's what it's about, custom work, full-on custom decks. They can add on a pergola, or even if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens, they really do have answers for it all. They truly are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. You can see it for yourself at that showroom in Chesterfield Valley. Go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com or give them a call at 636-532-5008. That's 636-532-5008. It's Aesthetic Design and Build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and let them know that I sent you their way. It's TMA, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Watch the show, youtube.com/TMASTL, and go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. That's Jason Gosrow and his team at SchaeferDoor.com. It's our pleasure to welcome to the program for our daily blues conversation, John Kelly on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, John.
Hey, Tim. How are you doing?
I am wonderful. How are things with you?
Well, great. You know, a little cold up here. I know St. Louisans have been battling the snow and the ice, but we've been here in Minnesota since Saturday night. So looking forward to coming home tonight after the game. It's sort of been a long couple of days here in frigid Minnesota.
Yeah, I would imagine that's the case, as the Blues did not come back following the Columbus game to avoid the storm in St. Louis. It was a savvy move. I would credit Mike Caruso. I credit him for everything, actually.
I don't know if he's even aware the season's going on.
Yeah, he'll get a big head if you do that, Tim. Let's credit Rich Jankowski.
Yeah, Richie J.
Southside, I'll credit Rich. You're right. That's exactly right.
When he's not at Milo's, he's managing these Blues trips. How often have we said they had to avoid St. Louis and head right to Minnesota because of bad weather?
Yeah, that could be a first in Blues history, right?
Yes,
yeah, that's a great point.
Avoid St. Louis weather and head straight to Minnesota. John, what do you make of the Wild, who are a really good team, but they're not that good at home? If there's any, Blues fans looking closer at the numbers here, that's maybe a sign of hope.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think that they've overachieved a little bit. They're 25-11-4. They're only a couple of points out of first, but at home, as you said, they're only 10-8-1. You look at this team, and they've won 5 of 6, and they're doing it without their best player, Kirill Kaprizov, who's missed the last 5 games. In addition, Captain Jared Spurgeon got hurt last week, and he won't play tonight. So they've gotten the most out of this lineup. So, again, I think they've overachieved a little bit. But having said that, they've beaten the Blues twice, both in St. Louis back in October and November. So whatever the reason they're winning, and it's going to be a challenging game tonight. But for the Blues, it just seems when they try to get some traction going and win 2 in a row, they just can't get that third win in a row. For whatever reason, they just sort of, 7 times now they've won 2 straight and not gotten that third win. And on the road, when you score 4 goals like the Blues did Saturday in Columbus, you really hope to win. But unfortunately, the Blues allowed 39 shots and lost 6-4. So a little bit of a frustrating loss to put the brakes on that 2-0 streak.
John, when you compare the Blues to a team like Minnesota and some of the other top teams in the league, are the Blues comparable in terms of talent? Do they match up pretty well, or is there a significant difference?
Well, I wouldn't consider Minnesota one of the top offensive talented teams. I think they have, under John Hines, they have really good structure. They have great goaltending with Philip Gustafsson, who, by the way, scored a goal in St. Louis this year. Remember that. So I think that the biggest thing with them is they do have a superstar in Kaprizov, and they have great goaltending. But, they're not among the elite in terms of offensive teams. And the Blues, quite honestly, aren't as well. The Blues have to beat you with 4 lines and, good goaltending and things like that. And they played well. I mean, under Montgomery, they've gone 10-6-3, so 4 games over 500. But as I said last week, and as I think we say almost every week, the Blues challenge here with, a game over 500 is to get on a hot streak. And, they have a lot of home games coming up, guys. After tonight, 4 in a row at home and 13 of 17 at Enterprise Center. So this is the key stretch to me, through that 4 Nations tournament where the Blues really have to win a lot of games and put themselves in a position. So it's right there for them. They can do it. I like the way they're playing. But again, they have to get on a really nice run.
Yeah, it is absolutely critical. You're going to find out a whole lot about this team over the next month. The final game, for the record, before the 4 Nations is a month from tomorrow. And in that time, over the next week or so, after they have the Wild, you're going to have some opportunities with the Ducks and the Blue Jackets. Calgary's a team in the wild card mix. Utah. Then it gets tough right before that 4 Nations break with home and home with Vegas, the Stars, the Canucks, the Avs, Utah, Edmonton, Florida. I mean, my goodness. It seems like the way that, I know it wasn't set up this way, but they're either dealing with the killers of the league or they're dealing with the light portion of the schedule. And that's why I agree with you, John. This is a crucial time to capitalize if they really are going to get some momentum to truly be in the mix for a playoff spot?
Yeah, I think we're going to find out a lot about the Blues and their prospects of making the playoffs, as you said, in the next 5 weeks. But the interesting thing is, Tim, you mentioned those teams that are coming up on the schedule, especially after that game in the homestand here, is that the Blues have actually played better against the better teams. And, you know, they've lost games against some of the lesser teams. Obviously, you're not going to win them all against the weak teams, but they've held their own against the really good teams. I go back to that stretch on the road when the Blues had 7 of 8 games on the road when they made the coaching change, you know, the stretch through New York and then Western Canada, and they lost only 2 games in that stretch against really good teams. So I don't think they're deterred by that. Obviously, it's challenging to play the better teams, but, you know, I'm looking forward to that stretch of hockey because, again, I think the Blues have been, in a way, better against the better teams.
John, we talked to Curbs about this yesterday, but the Cam Fowler move, not a blockbuster, but maybe a sign Armstrong front office thinks this team is a playoff-type contender, at least to maybe make a push to get in. Do you think the room kind of read it that way?
I think so. He's been a huge boost to the Blues. And, you know, Ryan Suter, who comes home to Minnesota, he lives here in the offseason, of course, played here for a number of years. He was playing great. And I don't know where the Blues would be without Ryan Suter. But, you know, you could tell the last couple of weeks before they acquired Fowler that Suter was starting to wear down a little bit. Not that he was playing poorly, but he just didn't have the same jump. He was playing 22, 23 minutes a night a lot of nights. And he's 39 years old, as we know. So I think for Suter and the Blues, the trade for Fowler came at the exact right time. And he's been spectacular for the Blues. I mean, he scored now 4 goals in 11 games as a plus player. So, yeah, I think that when Doug made that trade, I think that he recognized 2 things, that the Blues needed some help because Nick Leddy's situation is not clear at this point. He's not even skating, as we know. And at the same time, to give the Blues a boost to hopefully make the playoffs, he's done that, and he's been fantastic for the Blues. I don't know where they'd be without Cam Fowler right now.
I'm concerned with how you stay busy in Minnesota for 3 days this time of year.
You got the Skyway.
There's one practice a day. Okay, that's an hour and a half, 2 hours. Then what?
Well, you know, thankfully, Doug, we had football on Sunday, right? Mm-hmm. So we watched football all day and then went to a sports bar. Actually, Tom Reed's has a great sports bar, the former North Star, who's the radio color guy. And we all watched the Vikings-Detroit game on Sunday night, which, you know, the fans here in Minnesota didn't like the outcome of that one. So, and then we had a practice yesterday. So, yeah, that's the biggest thing for me. At my age, getting up there, those off days, man, they are really, really long, especially when it's 5 degrees outside. You can't go for a walk and stuff like that. But woe me, don't worry about me. I'm fine.
John, where was
the game tonight?
Where was that practice yesterday? We had video of them getting off the bus. They were all in uniform. Like there was no locker room available. It was like a small rink that Falk knew about.
Yeah, it's I think Doug Woog Arena, named after the former coach in Minnesota. That's where Justin Falk is from, South St. Paul. And he skates there in the off season. So, you know, the team dressed at the XL Energy Center and got on a bus like Pee Wee teams might do with their equipment on, not their skates, of course. Yeah. And then 10-minute bus ride to this arena, skated and then got off the bus, took their skates off and came back to XL and showered and got dressed. So, yeah, sort of old school, not a big deal. But, yeah, kill part of the day at least.
Yeah. There's a kill part of the day here. John Kelly, he'll be on the call.
Perspective.
Blues and Wild this evening, 6 p.m. Pregame here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at 7:07. Be nice to get this one before heading back for the homestand. Blues and Wild tonight. John, always enjoy the conversation. Thanks so much.
All right, Tim, thanks. We'll talk to you next week.
Looking forward to it. That's John Kelly with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Mentality is a longtime sponsor here on TMA, and we always say the name of the game on this program, support the sponsors. If you're waking up and feeling sluggish, if you're finding yourself working out but not putting on muscle like you used to, in particular if you're noticing belly fat, that can be a sign of low testosterone, low energy, low motivation, feeling anxious, moody, irritable. Get tested at Mentality. I went out and got tested at Mentality. Super easy. It's a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best, with board-certified physicians providing a full physical, consultation, and blood panel analysis, all during your first visit. How can you get involved with Mentality? Real simple. Go to mentalityhealth.com/radio, because this year you want to stop settling for a fraction of your potential, and Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Doug, we got a situation at FS1.
What do we have?
Skip Bayless, Joy Taylor, Emmanuel Acho, they all return to their various platforms. You will hear from them coming up on the other side of the break. Plus, Jason Whitlock was asked to work with Joy Taylor when FS1 was starting up, and you will hear his reasoning for why he did not want to work with her. Jackson, how would you describe the reasoning?
Horny.
Who, her?
Him. I can't speak to her, but
isn't she the one who has possibly had affairs with multiple people there?
Yeah, but I can't. I don't want to say something that's going to get me in trouble. But I can definitively say horny for Whitlock.
You're a step ahead of Nell. He's using one word: her, him, horny.
Mitigating risk while being descriptive.
So that's coming your way next. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Remix. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt standing by to take your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And you can watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. It is the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Doug, did you read Michael Gallagher's piece at Athlon this morning?
God, missed it completely.
Fox Sports had a lot of questions that needed answered on Monday after the network executive Charlie Dixon, former on-air host Skip Bayless, and current host Joy Taylor were named in a lawsuit by former hairstylist Nosheen Faraji on Sunday, according to a report from Front Office Sports. The 14-page suit alleges that Skip Bayless made unwanted sexual advances toward Faraji and offered her $1.5 million in exchange for sex. It also claims that that Dixon sexually harassed Faraji and that Taylor made racially insensitive comments toward her and slept with Dixon and fellow co-host Emmanuel Acho to advance her career as an on-air host. Fox Sports issued a statement on Sunday night stating, quote, "We take these allegations seriously and have no further comment at this time, given this pending litigation." So both Acho and Joy Taylor were on the air yesterday, Doug. Here is how Joy Taylor opened up her program.
All right.
I'm Joy Taylor here with Welcome to Speak. I'm Joy Taylor here with Keyshawn Johnson, Paul Pierce, and the playmaker Michael Irvin. It's Victory Monday for some and Vacation Monday for others, but for the ones who did have Victory Monday,
Kick them on the way out the door.
Michael.
Vacation, real vacations for some of them too, Joy, because some of them ain't coming back.
Exactly.
So they didn't touch on it there. Let's see what Acho had to say, Doug, on his program. Did you watch his show?
No, I don't know who
So she
Acho
didn't
is.
address it.
That's right.
Oh, okay, I was waiting for her to address it.
What's up, family? It is a huge Monday show. Welcome to the facility. Now, it is officially in. The NFC and AFC playoff pictures are as clear as can be. You can see it. You got the Chargers, you got the Texans, you got the Steelers, you got the Ravens, the divisional rematch. You got the Broncos, you got the Bills. On the flip side, you got the Vikings, you got the Rams, you got the Commanders, you got the Bucks, and you got the Eagles, Shady's Eagles, and James Jones Packers.
Oh, he's not playing them today.
So he
quality stuff.
He didn't. That was Martin. You always would talk about Jay Randolph Jr. doing a live read, and he would.
Well, it was Krispy Kreme, I believe specifically, and maybe 60 seconds is the goal, and I think they went about 3.5. They got the donuts.
It's good value.
They got the They dip them in the fryer. Then they got the coffee, Doug. The coffee, you could put sugar in, drink it black. And they got the donuts and the coffee. And they got the Vikings and the Rams. And you got the Bills and the Broncos.
Sorry, Tim, I don't have the copy in front of me.
Was he just reading the schedule? So neither one. I thought the build-up here, I thought they addressed. So nobody's addressed it.
No, it was just a little redirect, Martin.
Okay.
Just a little redirect.
You got me. I got hooked.
Skip Bayless also returned. He does a program now on YouTube and a podcast, and he is very active on Twitter with just a stream of takes. Unfortunately, the responses aren't necessarily to his takes as much as they are a wide variety of memes talking about his offer of allegedly $1.5 million to Joy.
Is there anyone on earth you would offer $1.5 million for to sleep with? Anyone on earth?
Jackson, where are you on Ella Reese?
Yeah, well, that's the thing is having the capital to do so. Like,
Well, when do you get your trust fund?
34.
34. So you will be liquid.
Well, yeah, but that was an 8-month court case to get it a year early.
And then you'll start spending like a drunken sailor on shore leave?
Maybe. Like, how much money do you have to make before you do something like that? You know, that's kind of. Boy, so Skip Bayless was like giving sports takes yesterday in the wake of all of this and thought that would go well.
Oh, he was just talking about Aaron Rodgers,
McCarthy.
talking about the Cowboys, and everybody's just carrying on like business as usual.
Why does he have like his Twitter banner? I'm trying to do theater of the mind here. Is like an oil painting of him screaming. It's really weird.
Any of you guys try to sleep your way to the top?
Yeah, I can't answer that.
So maybe?
Jimmy doesn't need to. He's way too talented, Doug. Take it back. If you were Skip Bayless and you were accused of that, I didn't even work for anybody anymore. Wouldn't you come out swinging or just say this is all lies and my lawyer will be suing?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's one or the other. But he's given Mike McCarthy takes instead.
That's important.
Jason Whitlock did address it on his program. Jackson, I know you watch it regularly, and so you were able to find this audio. Here is what he had to say when Fox tried to pair him with Joy Taylor.
Okay.
That big rack of hers that she showed off constantly. It's just, and that peanut butter skin with that big rack.
Oh.
Like, Jay, keep your distance. That's going to get you into trouble.
Well, she probably wouldn't be able to keep her hands off of him.
Yeah.
It's probably what is understood there, right?
So there was his breakdown. He talked about it for about 9 minutes, but that was a common theme throughout the explanation.
But he was not named in any of this, but he is bringing it up because he was attracted to her peanut butter skin.
And that peanut butter skin with that big
I don't
rack.
even know what that means.
One of the horniest sentences I've ever heard in my life.
He was wise to step away.
I kind of just want to be in that meeting with Bayless's lawyer where Skip asked, should I come out swinging against this on Twitter? Should I say nothing? And his lawyer's like, no, just continue to give takes about NFL head coaching vacancies.
Well, had he been giving takes, or did he just come out on Monday and start firing away, or had he been pretty consistent?
I mean, I guess he's always for all I know, someone he has an intern who does that for make his takes. It was kind of like I always reference Dick Vitale when he was complaining once at Delta Airlines for screwing him over on a missed flight, but then clearly had a scheduled Pepto-Bismol advertisement tweet in the middle of it, and I always found it to be hilarious. In the mix of this thread, it was just in Pepto-Bismol with him holding it.
Baby. Yeah, Skip Bayless has been tweeting nonstop, like this is not even happened. I don't know. I mean, if you are the bosses at FS1, what do you do in this spot? Because you're legitimizing the allegations by removing people and suspending them or just taking them off air. You know what I mean? So
right.
So I do have a great deal of sympathy for the spot from the executives not named in this, because how do you handle it? And they chose to go with just act like it's not happening and go with business as usual.
And you probably have to approach it that way for now. You can't come on the air. And I'm Joy. Is her name Joy Taylor?
Joy Taylor.
I'm Joy Taylor. Now, you may have heard some of these allegations out there. Let me tell you, I mean, that would be probably damaging to the entire process.
On live television, that would not be a great idea.
Maybe calling into here would be fine.
Well, we got an allegation coming in here, and this is unfortunate. I heard Tim tried to sleep with that Doug Vaughn at Channel 4, but Doug was playing hard to get. That's from Marsh's burner. Well, you got the Lions, you got the Vikings, you got the Rams.
I want to hear that again.
Eagles.
That's how, if you want to make it to network TV, Doug, that's how you open a show. Can I hear that again, Jackson?
Okay.
This is how you get people fired up.
You just list the teams?
Yes. Yeah, the games.
Okay.
What's up, family? It is a huge Monday show. Welcome to the facility. Now, it is officially in. The NFC and AFC playoff pictures are as clear as can be. You can see it. You got the Chargers, you got the Texans, you got the Steelers, you got the Ravens, the divisional rematch. You got the Broncos, you got the Bills. On the flip side, you got the Vikings, you got the Rams, you got the Commanders, you got the Bucks, and you got the Eagles. Shady's Eagles.
Okay, just list the teams.
That's right.
With some hard-charging music in the background.
Blues have the Wild, and they come home. Columbus, and then they play in Anaheim. And then they have Calgary back-to-back for whatever reason. Calgary twice in a row.
Yeah, a little back-to-back shoot.
I never get those studios sometimes for some of those analyst shows, like in Joy Taylor's clip. Paul Pierce is sitting on a bench, in the studio, up against the video board. It's just why are we standing up and doing this? I don't get why. I don't know why the need for all these panel shows and analyst shows. I like highlights.
Panel shows.
I like SportsCenter just being on all the time.
The facility. What's the other? They have all these. I can't. There's a breakfast ball.
I don't watch a split second of it. The only appointment sports television for me outside of Sports Final.
Thank you.
Is Scott Van Pelt SportsCenter. I wake up in the morning, and if he was off the night before, I just go, okay. And poor Linda Cohn is sitting there.
Last night, North Dakota, I noticed last night Scott sat that one out.
And Linda Cohn, and I can't recall the gentleman she was working with this morning. I'm like, oh.
Was David Lloyd on last night? Felt like a David Lloyd vehicle.
I thought it was a David Lloyd vehicle.
Linda Cohn has to be the longest running guy or person they have there. I said guy, I shouldn't have.
Berman
she's been there for
still,
20,
he's kind of like
years.
you at Channel 4. It's not clear if he works there or doesn't work there.
I'm not there.
Well, I'm saying your ending at Channel 4 reminds me of Berman. It's like, does he still work there? Like, kind of. But David Lloyd's been there a long time, too.
I would have to think it's Linda Cohn.
I would think. I don't remember ESPN when she wasn't there.
A little after her.
Lou Palmer is gone. Remember him?
I don't remember Lou Palmer.
Was that Charlie?
He was like the first.
Berman? Yeah.
I got it as Berman started in 1977.
Sure. Yeah, he was original. I guess the question is whether he's still. I think he just does a little bit. I tried to get him on the podcast, and Trey Wingo said he just doesn't do that.
Oh, is that right?
And I said, "You want to ask me?" He goes, "He just doesn't."
This is Chris Berman you're talking about?
Yeah.
Albert Winnie the Pooh-Holes. Blah, 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 blah.
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt. When Doug has takes, he sports the EDF hot take mittens, and man, they look sharp. There is nothing more sophisticated than prop comedy, and those hot take mittens lend themselves to it.
Yeah, I'll get them out.
Where are the mittens?
There they are.
Oh,
Mark 10, there they are. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group's hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Really a star-studded leaderboard here so far in the month of January. Buck Swope with a win, Misty Plops with a win, and Doty's Takeaway with a win. This is really impressive. This is fun. This is like an Augusta National leaderboard heading into the final round. So you can compete with the greats the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is coming up at 10:45. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Croup and Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Pistons defeat the Trailblazers last night, edging them out 118-115. Cade Cunningham with 32 points. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. CinemaLondoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's Teammates 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. Chairman Kurt standing by the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That is how you can get involved on the program, just like emailing in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The 101 ESPN app is presented to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Jackson, you've got some wonderful audio that you have pulled here. What would you recommend that we go with of this incredible selection that you have pulled? I think you like the Rex Ryan audio the most, but I could be off.
When I heard that, I was like, is this like a AI generated? Because he's on a long list of people who have been interviewed by the Jets for their head coaching job, and it seems like in Rex Ryan's mind, the job is already his.
You think you're going to get this job, right? You think you're going to be the next head coach of the Jets?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely, I do. And the reason I think I'm going to get it is because I'm the best guy. And it ain't close. The thing that you have to do, you have to connect with a football team. You have to connect with your fan base. And the way they play, that's the most important thing. Not just the X's and O's and all that. Look, this Ben Johnson, I love him. I absolutely love him. But I'm a better candidate for this job than he would be.
Okay. It's telling to know that the important thing is the way they play. That's why he's a coach and we're not.
Doug, he was on the DiPietro and Rothenberg show, and he said that he would put an end to the Aaron Rodgers Country Club if he got the job with the Jets. So
it does kind of feel like that in a way, though, doesn't it?
The Aaron Rodgers Country Club?
Yeah. Like, what are you doing? You're a team rebuilding, and you're going to have this massively expensive and pushing 40 if he's not already.
41, sir. 41.
Yeah. Does it really help Rex get the job? I think he's just doing a bit kind of for his brand.
I mean, if he were really in the mix, he's not talking that way. That's my read. Maybe I will be proven wrong.
You think he's trying to force himself into the like create enough buzz that maybe people are saying, oh, you ought to hire that Rex Ryan.
Like if something's close to happening, it isn't being talked about by the parties until they sign the deal. I mean, that's just, ABC poker.
I'm the best candidate. Okay.
It's not even close.
Bob in Manhattan. What's up, Bob? Yes, Bob.
Yes, I wanted to talk about Tom Brady. And I also wanted to talk about Phillip Rivers.
Well, go ahead.
I also wanted to talk about Carson Wentz and Drew Brees, Andrew Luck.
Get rid of him. Come on.
That sounded like Buffalo Bob.
Doug, Mel Kiper has just released mock draft. I know you like Joe Lenardi's bracketology.
No, I don't.
Like power rankings, and you like.
Oh, I love the bracketology.
Before the season starts?
Sure. Something to chew on.
And you love Mel Kiper's mock drafts. Luther Burden has fallen, but he's still in the first round. He will be with the Broncos at 21.
Okay.
He will be at the. How do you think that's going to work with Bo Nix and then Cortland Sutton? Is that going to be a good spot for him?
I think anything would work with Bo Nix. Any receiver would want to go there. He looks like he's going to be a superstar.
That's Sean Payton, Bronx. I wouldn't mind that.
So there you go.
All right, it's done.
Plenty of Mizzou grads in Denver.
Think about that.
I don't think he cares that much about that.
Why not?
Fans.
Why not?
He's there to make money.
Yeah.
For the record, Mel Kiper has the Titans taking Cam Ward, number 1. The Browns taking Shedeur Sanders, number 2. Travis Hunter, his teammate, goes to the Giants at number 3.
Where Brian Dable is
Still the head coach, contrary to Jackson's sources, which reported in November that he had lost his job.
I don't get it. I don't get this.
Robert Kraft addressed the fact that he whacked a head coach a year after his tenure yesterday in talking with the media in the Boston and Providence area. Here is the 83-year-old Patriots owner.
This whole situation is on me. I feel terrible for Gerard because I put him in an untenable situation. I know that he has all the tools as a head coach to be successful in this league. He just needed more time before taking the job. In the end, I'm a fan of this team first, and now I have to go out and find a coach who can get us back to the playoffs and hopefully championships.
A lot of energy, Doug.
Well, he's the guy who both hired and fired him, and he's saying, like, I feel so bad and I take responsibility. Who else is responsible for firing the man? You fired him.
Also said, he loves Gerard Mayo, obviously, former player. But he said he's just not ready. That doesn't exactly help the guy go get another job.
Right, and you hired him. You're the one who hired him. I don't get it.
It needed further explaining.
This is what I've said. I said it right when Mike Brown got fired with Sacramento.
Doug, it always goes back to the Sacramento Kings. Light the beam.
Light the beam.
Does, yeah.
And I've always thought about it with when Vrabel got fired by the Titans. Like, these GMs and these owners are the ones who keep making time and time again bad hires or the wrong hires at the wrong time. And it's taking good coaches who go on to somewhere else and have success out of the mix when they're the ones who should be firing themselves. We talk about that with the Cardinals front office.
Owners rarely
sometimes.
fire themselves.
I know, but that's the thing is, like, we keep going through these cycles of coaches when in reality the people who are at fault are the GMs or the owners.
We've said that a lot about the NFL. There are very few bad fan bases, just bad owners. And the Patriots appear to be a bad team for a while. But why did you give him the job? What did you think was going to happen this season? And if you didn't have Gerard Mayo, if you had Belichick again or Mike McCarthy, how many games would that team have won?
Yeah.
5?
The whole reason why the Bengals aren't in is because they lost an opening week against the Patriots of all teams. Yeah. And then people in New England are going, I guess this is going to work out, even though there were signs that it was a debacle in training camp. He was contradicting himself, didn't go with Drake May, and then eventually said, he's obviously the guy. It was a disaster. And Robert Kraft, God bless him, but man, there doesn't sound to be a lot of energy.
Even John Shaw thought he sounded a little bit strange.
That's why he needed the massages.
Man, I just feel bad. I was going to say something, and now I forgot what I was going to say.
Did you clip that off? Was it a moment of ice in your brain there?
I had some, and it was good,
Coaches
too.
get canned all the time. It happens in every league, every year. Someone's going to get it who maybe didn't deserve it.
And he probably realized it was a mistake. Shouldn't have given him the job in the first place. 1 year later, decides. But to say he'll be a great coach, he's just not ready, doesn't help him in his next gig.
I think Kraft's age might have something to do with it because you reach a certain age where you're not trying to sit around for a 5 or 6 year plan.
Yeah.
You want to do it now.
Make it work right away.
Oh, I got it.
Nice.
That loss to the Patriots is costing us Bills-Bengals with the red-hot Joe Burrow in the first round, that wild card.
Oh, is that what it would have been?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That would have been strong.
It would have been awesome. We get Broncos, and then Bo Nix and the Broncos are certainly, talented as hell. But Joe Burrow is playing better than any quarterback in the league, no doubt. And so to not get that really stinks, All games matter.
So now you're glad Mayo got fired because he cost you Bills, Bengals.
No, I have no reverence for the Patriots. Yeah. I have nothing for them.
Robert Kraft likes St. Louis. Dave Peacock was big on Kraft, and they were one of the ones trying to keep the Rams.
Oh, is that right? Really?
Robert Kraft was one of the people, I think, who was pro St. Louis, keeping the team.
Who else was in the pro St. Louis camp?
Michael John Mara might maybe.
Wasn't McNair?
Mara, really? Bob McNair and what was the name of the
Jerry
owner?
Richardson for sure.
Those were the two big ones. The owner of the Panthers at the time and Bob McNair, who's passed. But yes, those two I knew.
Well, in that relocation vote, the famous 5-1 vote, I think
Clark Hunt was the one.
Robert Kraft was in that grouping of 5.
That's right.
Quite certain.
But at least the city of St. Louis has survived the Rams leaving and is now thriving.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Story out this morning in the St. Louis Business Journal titled The Traveling Mayor. Doug, and we will have the details of the traveling mayor from the St. Louis
Not
Business
M-A-R-E.
Journal. No. This is M-A-Y-O-R. It's described by the St. Louis Business Journal as an aggressive travel schedule. We will have those numbers for you coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Stewart's American Mortgage. Everyone knows him as Stewie, and I'm here to tell you, when you think of Stewie, you should automatically think about service because he is the best at it. How about the service you're going to get when you can call him on his own cell phone? That's right, 314-324-4440, 314-324-4440, or Google the Bagel Loan. If you are looking at buying or selling a home, or if you're going to be looking to refinance, Stewie has the knowledge and he will provide you with the best customer experience. Simply call his cell phone, 314-324-4440, and I know you will have an honest, educational, and fun conversation with Stewie. He'll be able to fill you in on the Bagel Loan, which is all about no fees and no closing costs. Plus, he can get you closed in 10 to 15 days. Stewie's all about the customer and making sure you are taken care of. Your home is your biggest investment, so take the time and talk to Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. Call him on his cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Andrew Jackson. a retailer, not the kid from Home Improvement. We're getting ready for President's Day around here.
It's exciting.
Probably off that day, right?
I'm not sure. We might be at spring training.
When is
now that we've
President's
determined
Day?
when it is.
If there's going to be one.
If the
Still not
Cardinals
clear.
Participate.
Oh, by the way, surprise guest tomorrow, 9:30.
Oh, wow.
We haven't had one in a while. I think the last one was Panger.
I know, and I was ill.
Yeah. That was a good one.
I would have liked to talk, but Jackson represented us for the golf match.
Yeah.
Who's playing? We're playing him and Patty Maroon, right?
That's right. Yeah, the two of them versus, I guess, us four.
Martin, how's your ball striking?
Medium.
Doug was the kind of the quiet MVP the last time we took on
the silent assassin.
Yeah, we took on Nagel at Meadowbrook. Doug put a hybrid shot.
We're undefeated.
Yeah, we sure are.
Doug always hits it to the right. Yeah.
I tried to. Yeah.
Deep teased this story that just came out in the St. Louis Business Journal. Ties into some sporting events as well. St. Louis Mayor Tishaura Jones was out of town on work trips at least 64 times during her first 42 months in high office, a major departure from the practices of her predecessors. But a strategy that she says is paying dividends for the city. Calendar documents and travel reports obtained by the St. Louis Business Journal through open records requests show that Jones took 64 trips, many to government associate conferences through November 14th last year. And that means she'd been away from the city for all or part of 163 days, or roughly 12% of her time in office, including weekends, to that point. The practice isn't altogether new, given Jones' past travel record, while city treasurer and her 2021 campaign promised to boost St. Louis as mayor through the network she's built nationally. She says that unlike when she was treasurer, the city has rarely, if ever, footed the bill for her mayoral travel, with Jones or outside organizations paying the tabs. And she claims the trips, including at least 13 to Washington, D.C., have helped St. Louis land hundreds of millions of federal government grant dollars. But the historical record adds doubt whether the money would have come anyway without Jones' travel, and several scandals involving her administration have broken open recently, including corruption probes in the building division and questions about the selection of federal grant winners at development agency St. Louis Development Corp. She bears the weight of those scandals as she bids for re-election in the municipal primary on March 3rd. Former chief of staff of Mayor Slay said that's a lot of travel, even if you don't have anything to compare to it. For the purpose of comparing the travel, other mayors have not spent anywhere near as much time away from the city as Jones has. So in the case of Kansas City, there's a different spot. Predecessor Lyda Crewson averaged a little more than 4 trips a year during her lone term, according to city reports, while Francis Slay traveled even less. So, Doug, that is the story on the front page of the St. Louis Business Journal this morning.
Well, I think you want your mayor to get a lot of frequent flyer miles. Apparently that's what's happening.
Like one of those Friends Fly Free deals?
Yeah. I suppose if she can document that she's making these trips to Washington to get grants for St. Louis, that would be worthwhile. If she cannot, then it would appear that she's just doing it for pleasure.
Did it not say, so the question doesn't seem to be about who's paying for it, right? Because they said it was either her or outside interests were paying for it?
That's correct. Whereas she was treasurer, it was paid for by the city.
So the critique is more about being an absentee mayor.
That's correct.
Don't you think it's not about a money scandal as much as it is about being absent while crap's hitting the fan?
For 12%, and it compounds it with the other scandals that are currently going on.
Right. So if you're gone and all this crap's going on, maybe you need to spend more time in your own house. That seems to be okay.
Is it possible the city has fallen on such hard times that the mayor doesn't want to be here?
If you're not in St. Louis, congratulations.
Something like that.
Is that Fesco?
That's Joe Buck.
Oh, wow. Jeez. Take that back.
In September 2021, she spent 4 days in New York City for a Bloomberg City leadership initiative designed to equip mayors with the leadership and management tools to tackle complex challenges in their cities and improve the quality of life for their citizens. The next day, she traveled to Dayton, Ohio, and spent 4 days there for a U.S. Conference of Mayors senior leadership meeting. She then went to Denver in October for a nonpartisan conversation on voter rights that was to include the city's mayor, Michael Hancock, Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot, and Magic Johnson.
Oh, get it, fella. You're going to mayor school.
Sounds kind of fun.
A lot of mayor school going on there.
We love it. You love it.
So there's probably
Trump had more to it.
There's probably a lot of other mayors doing the same thing if they're all showing up at these same conferences. You would hope that they would know what they were doing when they got the job and not have to go to school to learn how to do it after they're already in office.
Yeah, I think the conference here or there probably makes sense. Maybe scaling it back would be recommended.
Doug, maybe we should go to some sports talk radio seminars, maybe in Hawaii. You went to Ibiza last year, didn't you? Or you went to you got a place in Monte Carlo? That's what
I did. Yeah, got a place there.
So we could do a sports talk radio thing.
Yeah,
engagement farming clinics in Ibiza
makes a lot of sense.
You hear that? You hear Ibiza right there?
I think that's how you pronounce it, right?
I don't even know where that is.
Spain.
And our keynote speaker, everyone, legend in the industry, Mike Francesa.
Oh, I'd love to have that.
Can you imagine? And
We
Mike,
would have to
what's the
travel
key
for
to
that.
success? Just get a caller on and talk. Try and remember the score of that Michigan game.
Hey, I want to ask you a big favor. How about I come up to the station on Friday? Could I come up and meet you?
No.
You just shut it down when you hear things you don't like. Just shut it down.
Oh.
Send your emails in, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com with the great Seth Goldcamp and his team. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. I'm a client. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. Why don't you become a client as well? Design Air Heating and Cooling. If you are running into problems with your heating system right now, you got a problem. That's what you got, Doug. You got a problem because here's what I got for you. I got a low of 8 tomorrow. I got a low of 8 on Thursday, and I've got snow in the forecast on Friday. 75% chance of more snow on Friday.
And the snow we got's not going anywhere in those temperatures.
New. So if you're running into problems with your heating system, you go to DesignAirService.com. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth Goldcamp, the longest running sponsor on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Larry Nickel wants to relive the magic that was the first ever Raw on Netflix last night. He is standing by on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. That's coming your way. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Closing out the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour.
Love telling you about that Schnucks Rewards program. I know these guys are all degenerate gamblers, but for me, I like going through that checkout aisle and type in the old rewards number and see how many dollars are just sitting in that account. You can use them any way you like. The rewards program at Schnucks has been a huge hit, and now it's getting personal. They have completely refreshed the program to add more personalized touches with new perks just for you. Get the personalized savings, which are basically custom deals on the items that you buy most. You'll also get personal double points days. Earn 4% back on your entire cart, plus a free freshly baked donut on your birthday. If you're already a member, you'll start seeing these benefits in your Rewards app. If not, perfect time to sign up. Download the Schnucks Rewards app to get started. So many great deals on there. Real simple. When you shop at Schnucks, type in number there, get your rewards as you're checking out, and you're getting paid back while you're buying your groceries. Schnucks, the neighborhood hangout. You already go there anyway. Make sure you register, sign up for the Schnucks Rewards, and get those personalized savings, double points days, all coming to you at Schnucks.
Oh, Doug, what was going on at your house when John Cena's music played on Netflix at 8 o'clock last night?
I was trying to get into Disney Plus, but I couldn't because there was nowhere to put in the password. That's what was going on.
Were you furious?
I was hopping, man, livid.
Well, fortunately, since you couldn't watch it, Larry Nickel will recap it for us right now here on TMA 101 ESPN. He joins us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Larry.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
Well, unbelievable presentation last night. The Rock entering the squared circle as the first speaker on Netflix, of course, following Triple H's monologue. And Doug, that was stirring.
I'm sure.
John Cena, but we played audio of Hulk Hogan getting booed inside the building, and we wanted to know what that was about. What did your sources have to say?
Well, my sources didn't tell me anything because I didn't know he was going to get booed, so he walked out.
So you didn't look into it or anything?
No.
Okay.
All right.
We didn't know why.
Were you surprised?
Yeah, I was surprised that Hulk Hogan got booed.
Isn't he pretty popular still?
Yeah, he's still popular because he released his new beer, the Real American Beer.
Real American Beer.
Okay.
And he had Jimmy the Mouth of the South Heart with him and everything. They brought out Old Glory, and he got booed off the stage, Larry.
Yeah, that was shocking.
Nice, clip that. That was
sold
deliberate.
that. Shocking.
Robert Kraft could use it.
Yeah, just as shocking as Doug could remember his Disney Plus password.
Yeah. No, I remembered it. I had it written down. There was no place to type it in.
Keyboard, Larry.
Yeah.
What did you think of the overall presentation for the first time on Netflix?
I like it because on regular TV, when the crowd were saying certain curse words.
You like when they can use profanity?
Yeah, because on cable TV, they wouldn't do it. But now, since they're on Netflix, all heck broke loose with the cussing.
Yeah. Doug, are you more attracted to it now that they can use?
No. Was there a lot of cussing last night?
There was cussing during the first match between Roman Reigns
Suck
and
it, Doug.
Stop it.
Did anybody else get booed?
No. Let me break down a couple matches for you.
Okay.
I want to do this after the program.
Go ahead.
The first match was tribal combat between Roman Reigns and Solo Sikoa, who the crowd was saying, F you, Solo.
Doug, you sure you didn't want to watch?
I missed it. Doggone it. It sounded highbrow.
And the rules of tribal combat, which were no rules, the only way to win was pinfall or submission. And the winner of the match, and the only tribal chief, Roman Reigns.
Sick. Okay. All right. Was that surprising or something?
Second match. Huh?
Was that surprising? Was that an upset?
Yeah, it was an upset.
Okay.
Did you bet it?
And then,
Are we back from a break yet?
Okay, Martin. And the second match of importance was for the women's world title. Liv Morgan defended the title against Rhea Ripley. And the winner of the match and new women's world champion, Rhea Ripley.
What that one, Doug?
Was that an upset?
Stacey McMillan.
That was a total upset. And after Rhea won the title, the guy who I met down in Texas 3 years ago came out and celebrated Rhea's title win.
Okay, who was that?
Ryan in Breezy Point. What's up, Ryan?
The Undertaker.
Oh, okay.
The dead man.
Okay.
Who came out with his American Badass.
Watch your language now.
I'm back.
Okay. So how many hours are they going now? Is it a 2-hour show? 3, 4? How long is this stuff?
3 hours.
3 hours.
God, is it really?
It's been 3 hours.
Yes.
Oh.
Nice show prep.
But there's no ads, right? If they're doing
No, they have ads.
Okay, all right. So they're doing commercial breaks. All right.
Larry, do you have the top 5 countries in the world at your disposal?
Yeah, that do till they fasten.
Problem.
Number 5 will be Australia. Number 4 will be
Switchboard.
Fax machine.
Taking calls.
Number 4 will be Mexico.
Nice.
Number 3 will be Brazil. Number 2, Canada. Number 1, United States of America.
Yes, there it is, Doug. It's going to be a big 2025. Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
I got one of America.
There he is, Larry Nickel on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you like what do you? So you like bracketology?
Yeah.
You like power rankings, and you like draft projections. What about Bradford Doolittle's franchise temperatures, ranking all 30 MLB teams' temperatures?
Well, Jimmy Cruz, don't let me down, Jimmy. I've got you beating Louisville.
I guess I don't get it. The temperatures of what? Like
let me read it. It was just posted on ESPN.com. Is your favorite MLB franchise getting hotter or colder?
God, they're desperate for content. Absolutely desperate.
Yeah, this is early January if I've ever heard of it.
Or is it stuck in the tepid middle? This time last year, we took a literal stance on such questions, assigning a team's temperature to each club that serves as a state of the organization snapshot.
So the Dodgers would be like a 90 or something.
Great question, Martin.
Trying to get the scale here.
The Dodgers are 215.1 degrees.
Oh, boiling. 0.1. He put 0.1 on
That's
there.
right.
So, yeah, boiling
And
hot.
they are the hottest team. The coldest team. It's not here in St. Louis. It's in Pittsburgh, 17 degrees.
Oh, gosh.
Where are the White Sox?
Good question. The White Sox are down there as well, but they're actually ahead of a number of franchises, which is kind of surprising. They're 24th. They're 37.2 degrees.
God, this is nonsense. This is utter nonsense.
They're thawing out. Is this right here a proof that we need to switch to Celsius, not Fahrenheit?
Very European on Jackson's part.
0 to 100, 0 freezing, 100 boiling.
Yeah.
Now we got to go 215. Got to figure that out.
It is kind of odd how we just ignore how the entire rest of the planet measures things.
For the record, the Cardinals are 109.2 degrees.
I don't know what that means.
It means nothing.
Deathly fever.
So they are down 5.5 degrees since 2024. Their 10-year temperature change is 66.2 degrees since 2015.
Okay.
But the Cardinals need to call design air.
Nice. A good weave. Their franchise peak, of course, was 235.8 degrees in 1946.
Of course.
They've assigned temperatures back.
46.
And their franchise low point was 18.2 degrees in 1920. Bradford Doolittle writes, the Cardinals' season shutout in 2023, a below 500 record, was their first in 16 years. Last season, a bounce back to 83 wins was better. I know everybody was calling this season last year around here a bounce back, but no one around St. Louis is satisfied by that. And so, change is afoot, and the Cardinals enter 2025 in a transitional mode. Most likely, this will mean a continuation of an ever-lengthening cooling period in St. Louis. The 109.2 degree mark is the franchise's lowest temperature in 20 years, Doug. It's the lowest temperature in 20 years.
Are there any kind of metrics they're using to determine this?
I don't understand.
Like, are they using any data, any figures to determine it?
Yeah, just temperature.
But wouldn't it help
random.
if the Dodgers were like 98 degrees? Like things we...
Nick Lachey and his brother Drew.
Things we equate with like a hot temperature. And if you're cooling off, your team's terrible, you're down in the 15, 18 degrees. But to do the 201, it's stupid.
I think both my brothers are hot.
Okay, Charlie.
Context.
Context would only ruin it.
Doug, what temperature would you assign the Cardinals?
I'm going to say they're right around 42 degrees.
Does it make sense that the Cardinals are 13 degrees warmer than the Philadelphia Phillies?
How is that possible?
Or the 2023 world champion Texas Rangers? The only team the teams the Cardinals are behind are the Red Sox, Braves, Yankees, Astros, and Dodgers. Maybe he sees something for this upcoming season that we don't see.
And he also implied that the Cardinals were at their very hottest in 1946.
Yeah, 1946, WW2.
Wouldn't you say they were at their very hottest maybe in 82 or something?
67?
I would actually say, and I think I can defend this take. 2000 through 2006, you got 2 pennants, a world championship, and you were in the NLCS in 2000, 2002.
No, you're using real facts and data.
I apologize.
You're just supposed to come up with something like, oh, but it felt like things turned in 82.
They had a tough campaign when they lost out to the Phillies in 83.
Do you guys prefer Nick Lachey or Drew Lachey?
It's a good question. We'll take your calls, 314-974-0101. You can also talk about it in the YouTube chat. Ted G says, I'm 165 degrees. Yeah, I guess that's probably about right.
Edmund's friends with Nick Lachey?
Yes.
I want to say.
That would be a big deal. The cat said he got sideways with Edmonds one time when he brought Nick Lachey on for a pregame interview, and Edmonds came on the pregame show because Nick Lachey was going to be on, and he opened up the segment by saying, you want to know how you can make a 30-year-old Major League ball player giggle? Bring a boy band on the pregame show.
And the cat said that. And Edmonds was not amused.
And Edmonds goes, not funny.
The top goes down and the bottom goes up. You know what I mean?
Okay, ball game.
What former boy band member would you most want to see on Cardinals pregame?
Wow, that's a great question. Boy, I was always attracted to that Stan from 98 Degrees.
Stan?
I felt like he was.
Stan was in 98 Degrees?
Yeah, of course he was. Nice show prep.
Is his real name Jeff Timmons?
DBA Stan.
I'm looking up the members of 98
I
Degrees.
can't get over Joey McIntyre's blue eyes from New Kids on the Block. They are stunning.
Whoa.
You can't get over
That's
it?
Joey Lawrence.
Oh, sorry.
It's Joey Lawrence.
This whole thing was, whoa.
Guys, I'd give Doug a 31.5 degrees Fahrenheit. I'd give Timmy 213 degrees Fahrenheit. I see you, Tim. Tim, winky face. Doug above freeze before the Disney Plus admission. That's from Big Blonde Dan.
Okay.
Janet is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines with the temperature rankings and also 98 degrees talk. Janet, good morning. You're on 101 ESPN with Doug Vaughn.
Yes, hello. How are you?
Oh,
Wonderful.
doing fine,
How are you, Janet?
You staying warm?
Trying to. Yeah, we're staying inside. That's how you do it.
Well, I'm thinking that the Cardinals are going to warm up again as soon as they get rid of Mo's philosophy and start playing Cardinal baseball again.
Really?
That's people will go back and they'll start seeing exciting baseball like we had under the Tony years. The Cardinals were hot under Tony. They've cooled off under Mo, and they'll be cold as long as they keep his stupid philosophy in place.
What kind of changes would you like to see made this offseason?
I'd like to see him play ball. I'd like to see him pitch, not just see how hard they can throw and throw their arms out at a young age. I'd like to see him hit the ball and just try to get the ball in play or try and defense, good defense. I want to see action on the bases, not just sitting there yawning and yawning, waiting for a damn home run. You know, you got to have action on the bases. You got to have action during the game.
Janet, are you taking questions?
Sure.
Where are you right now? I feel like I hear some activity in the background.
Oh, it's you.
Oh,
your radio's on.
Oh, wow. How about that?
That's nice to know.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. We were just curious if you were at the neighborhood grill or something.
Yeah.
Oh, it was just you in the background.
Was your favorite era of Cardinal baseball Whitey ball? You like the action on the base paths, Janet?
I like that. Yeah. I just like them to play baseball. I just get tired of all this analytical crap.
Well, that's baseball for the 21st century, unfortunately.
But that's why people are going away from the game, because they dumbed it down and they made it boring.
Janet, what do you like about this show?
What do I like about this show? I like when you start kind of stick to sports.
That's a shot
you
at
get
Tim.
kind of stupid talking.
Yeah.
It's a B-Fib check-in.
Yeah, all the talk about little pee-pee and that. I don't care what
love it in St. Louis.
That's just a gentleman's YouTube chat. That's a gentleman's name, just so you know.
Yeah, well, I figured that out, but you don't have to keep talking about it.
No, quit talking about tiny
Okay, I'm
people.
sorry. Let me
With
apologize.
the undersized dong is called.
Hold on. Oh my
You got to give away the caller of the year.
Janet, clean it up.
Well, there you go. See?
Okay, you mean business today.
Oh, this has made that.
And
This
you're
has made a slow
bored,
day.
that's why.
Well, we had the North Dakota State win last night.
Right.
We had Bradley Beal getting 25 off the bench for the Suns. He might get traded. And other than that, we had you calling in, so we're ready to roll.
Well, there you go.
Janet, don't be a stranger. Thank you so much.
Hey, you guys take care and be careful on the highways.
Thank you, Janet.
There is Janet. She's not a fan of
She let
tiny
us have it.
pee-pee.
They understand.
Do you know we have the best fans in baseball in St. Louis?
Oh, that's awesome.
Is that Joe?
That was Stingray.
That was Stingray, big Mississippi State guy. Oh, they are enjoying it in the Air Comfort Service text inbox and the YouTube chat. All hell is breaking loose.
Didn't see it coming.
Janet, your Milagro tequila is on its way in the mail. That's from Flip Wilson. Big Tough says caller of the year. Mr. Sider said Janet just made me piss my pants. Recovering alcoholic says, can I sponsor Janet's weekly call? And please, I will pay anything. So the listeners are on board with Janet, Doug. She's not on board with tiny pee-pee.
Well, how could you blame him? She wants to see them play some baseball, and that's reasonable.
Talking about the underside. When she doubled down on it,
Providing examples.
Yes.
Doug, you know anything about Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota?
Well, I do. I know a lot. I've been going there for several years now, and you should too if you haven't before. It is so important to have a dealership where you can just trust everything they're going to do, where you got a car guy. Something goes wrong with your car, you know where you're going to take it. You know you're going to be treated great there. And you know there's a special phone number that gets you straight to the muckety mucks. I'm going to give that down. 314-252-0029. Here it is again. I didn't think you wrote it down. 314-252-0029. That will get you straight to Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Munganess, maybe Ryan Seiberg. They're in the service department. He runs a service department. These people want to make sure that our listeners get that little special care when they bring their car in for maintenance. Even if you didn't get your car there, it's great to take your car there to get it fixed. Wonderful little waiting area if you can wait, if it's just an oil change. They got a great array of snick snacks. They got some drinks there, big screen TVs. You're not going to want your car right away. You want to just settle in and enjoy the ambiance of a Munganess dealership. That's Munganess St. Louis Acura. That is on Manchester Road, just a little west of 270. And then there's Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota for the North County folks up there in Alton. Either dealership, just fantastic. Great people that run it. When you go there, you're going to say, well, I got my car guy now. Again, the website, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
Can I nominate Janet for the Listener of the Month? That's Chunk in the Chuck. Janet, is she eligible, Jackson?
Yeah, she just has to sign up on tmastl.com.
Do you think Janet will go to tmastl.com to register? Because if so, I mean, she could be a force in the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month for January.
I sure hope so. It's very easy to sign up. If you're out there listening, one to sign up, you just head to tmastl.com. It'll take you about 90 seconds, and you can. Is
that right? It's only 90 seconds?
Yeah, you can keep your anonymity, and then you're signed up to be the Listener of the Month. And I hope Janet signs up because she certainly has a strong case as we are just a week into the month.
Yeah, she really established herself.
I'm voting now. But I like to vote early.
Mail in.
Yep. For Jackson's Papal Conclave. If you enjoy the Some People Like Some Things hoodie I am wearing, it is available for you at tmastlshop.com, along with Jackson and I wearing matching stocking caps. You like that, Doug? Stocking caps?
I guess
stocking
so.
hats?
Yeah,
toques?
I always called it a stocking cap. Yeah.
Hoodies, T-shirts, quarter zips, all kinds of things available for you at tmastlshop.com. And I put out the, I guess, help wanted. If you are a graphic designer or you just have ideas for merch, and it doesn't even have to be TMA. It can be St. Louis-centric. We are expanding the TMA STL shop this year, and Doug will be paying. So if you're interested, email me at tmckernan at InsideSTL.com, TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. Can you match Janet's phone call? Calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Jackson's got audio galore. You're a big fan of a reveal from The Sopranos?
Yeah, a little Edie Falco
I'm
audio.
anxious to hear this. And then Nikki Glaser did did a tour yesterday. She went right from the Golden Globes to Howard Stern.
Yep, my dad played it for me on the way home.
Yeah, I heard some clips of it yesterday. So she got up super early in the morning in L.A. to do a Stern show. And that, in addition to the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way here on TMA. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Get involved at 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt is manning the phone lines, and we just took a call from Jackson that has made her the favorite for the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month.
Well, some fans just get it. They just know what the Cardinals need to do, and that's play some ball.
They got the base running. They got the bats.
Mm-hmm.
She's breaking it down.
She was.
We need her to call every day.
That was unbelievable.
I think that would be helpful.
I enjoyed that. And then she kind of told us to clean it up. I was a little surprised you liked this show. That's why I kind of wanted to query her just a little bit.
Yeah, she was not on board with Balloon Party when Jackson and I debuted here. Doug, was that 3 years ago?
I don't know.
2022. Get in line. But I guess maybe we've won her over, but she's not a fan of Tiny Pee-Pee. John Scores says he wants TMA bobbleheads. Doug, would you like bobbleheads? Mine would be a little concave on the left side.
Well, I guess, but I think when you make those, you have to make like 1,000 of them or so for the manufacturer to
but there's like
worth their
at
while.
least 14 people listening to us.
Well, I don't know. I guess we can make our own. Got a spring with a little egg. We could paint an egg.
Yeah. Unless you collect them, is there a real thirst for bobbleheads out there?
It's kind of odd that they've become so popular.
I mean, I think they're fun. And they're as a giveaway. I usually turn them down at the Cardinal game, no offense, just because I don't. Well, I don't want to.
You're too good for a giveaway.
I just don't want to carry around that damn box the whole time.
Because you're carrying around some libations, right? That's you.
A little libation. And then usually if you're going to a night Cardinal game, you're going to go to a bar after where you're going to be at a bar.
Yeah, and you always start the wave, and you don't want to have that in your hands when you're yelling at people to.
Right, I start the wave, and then and then I like to kick around the idea of charging the field, running on the field, because I think it's high upside. It's really great.
Yeah. Sometimes there's people that will buy that bobblehead from you right outside the stadium when the game's over. I've encountered that a few times.
Yeah, I don't even want to do that.
And you could almost always go on eBay and sell it for $40 or $50 from
$50. I'm going to pay $50 for like a Kyle Loesch bobblehead.
Well, I don't know about Kyle Loesch.
No offense to Kyle Loesch.
With an active fist.
Yeah. Now that might be worth $50.
Jackson, you deep teased this audio. I can't wait to hear it. I hope it lives up to it. What do we have here?
So this is Edie Falco on the.
Edie Falco. You know Edie Falco, Doug?
Sure.
Carmela on The Sopranos, Nurse Jackie. She was on, what was that show? Oz. She would be on Oz and Sopranos back to back in the early 2000s.
J.K. Simmons was a top?
Yeah, he was a white supremacist top man.
Oh.
It was a rough character.
Why does an actor accept a role like that?
He's really good.
Just what I need for my career.
And it's a great show.
Ned Beatty chose to be a hunter who bottomed.
He's a bottom man. He didn't choose to be that, but he did take the role.
He did. And then later on, he played Sean Astin's father before he sacked a quarterback at Georgia Tech.
It didn't matter what he did later on. All you could see was he in the woods, suey pig.
Squealing?
Yes.
Big Sam Pittman guy.
I mean, that was a career changer, wasn't it?
It's a big movie.
It was a great movie.
Good money.
For everyone but him.
Yeah. That's a good movie. I like it.
It was a fantastic movie for everybody but him.
It's a good script.
Doesn't it scare the bejesus out of you?
Yeah, it's tough.
That actually happens.
Do people really think it happened to Ned Beatty? He's portraying a character.
I don't care. You still don't want that. We don't think of it as a character. We think of it as him.
Would you rather be Ned Beatty in Deliverance or J.K. Simmons in Oz, being a white supremacist top man?
I didn't see that.
We'll take your calls.
Yeah. Janet, call back.
But Edie Falco was on that show. She was on Oz.
Oh, we're talking about
He's
Edie
bringing
Falco.
it back. Mark, you see how he brought it back?
Okay. The best.
She was on the Roommates Show, which is Josh Hart and Jalen Brunson's podcast. They play for the New York Knicks. And she's a big Knick fan, so she was on their show talking about some behind-the-scenes stuff with Sopranos.
Okay.
It's a mob show. People get killed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we would, all of us panic when we'd get the call from David Chase, who would say, I'm sorry, I just want to let you know you're getting killed. Episode 6.
Before that would people find out?
A couple episodes beforehand. One particular guy, I won't say his name, but we started getting letters to the production office. How could you kill off this guy? We love him, from all over the place. Turns out it was the actor sending letters to the production office saying how much they can't believe they got rid of this guy. He was the best character on the show.
He was trying to get them to rewrite another one.
That's right. Come back as his twin brother.
Jackson, I'm sure you have a theory as to who this was. I can't wait to hear. Because Jackson, as you know, Martin, he owns goodorbad.com, so he's kind of tied into Hollywood.
I think the first place people's minds, certainly, or my mind went to is Sal Bompancero. Can I say his nickname? You think that's all right? If I'm not, it's like that was his nickname.
Probably shouldn't.
Okay.
If you're asking
it's a
the question.
5-letter word for cat or kitten.
Yeah, big 5-letter word for cat or kitten. Sal Bompancero, who...
Because he got shot in the chest on a boat.
Spoiler alert, yes.
It was over 24 years ago.
I agree. That was the end of season 2. But he would come back a lot. There was a great Christmas episode.
So did Dre De Matteo.
Yes, Dre De Matteo.
You got to hope for the flashback scenes if your character gets whacked.
Dre De Matteo is where my mind went.
So your theory
But
is
instead
that
a guy.
Oh, you're right.
Wow. Martin, you want to invest in goodorbad.com?
Well, it couldn't have been not Beansy. Beansy didn't die. He just got crippled. There was Spoons and his brother Philly. But Philly, they were already twins on the show. He played both characters. So if one got killed, he was fine. So I'm going to go Sal Bompancero.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I would agree with you on that.
Because he was a major character.
Yeah.
The story was that the actor was so upset they're off the show, they were sending fake letters in.
Well, there was always a story around with David Chase, the creator of Sopranos, that if you wronged him or spilled like a little coffee on him or something that you might get whacked in the episode coming out.
Is that right?
Like you always had to like walk on eggshells around him because you knew he held your fate because the show's being watched by millions upon millions of people who do crazy things for your career. And if you mess up and get whacked in an episode, because people got to die, you know, this is Sopranos.
Did he write all of it?
He was the showrunner and creator, so I'm sure he was involved in every single episode, writing it. And certainly the storylines of it all, yeah.
I can't imagine how much work that would be.
Crazy if he was vindictive, though. Like, yeah, okay, that's it. You're getting killed next.
But that's the thing. If you wield that power, you know, I guess you could kind of do that.
It's like you'll be a bottom.
But usually, and that was kind of, they would always give like big storylines to the people who were just about to get killed. You know, like Sal kind of has his own thing. Dre De Matteo has her whole thing before they get killed. So you kind of know things are coming in that show. So I'd be surprised if an actor kind of got blindsided by a murder.
MD 2020 is very unhappy with Doug in the YouTube chat. Thanks a lot, Doug. I was just about to start watching, so you just gave the spoilers.
You know,
you won't remember it once it comes on.
Sopranos and Breaking Bad, if you haven't watched by now, you missed the window. Like
it's over for you.
It's like
what
you
about
can't.
Game of Thrones?
That we're entering into the last year and a half of that being allowed.
Is this like the temperature metric?
Yeah, we're coming to
the temperature metric.
We're coming to the end of the line with that. Sopranos and Breaking Bad, that's expired.
Are you watching Landman with the great Billy Bob Thornton, friend of the program, John Hamm, and soon-to-be friend of the program, Demi Moore?
No.
Allie Larder, Doug, you remember her from Varsity Blues?
I probably know the face, but not the name.
I really like all three of those actors. I'm saving up because we have Severance coming out at the end of, or in a week and a half or so, and then right after that is White Lotus. So I don't want to overextend myself with television.
Oh, gosh.
And by and large, I haven't liked Taylor Sheridan's TV shows. Love his movies, but Landman's a Taylor Sheridan.
Because you don't like the working man in flyover country.
Nonsense. I love it. His movies are awesome. I just wish he would kind of make movies instead of making TV shows. But clearly he's making a ton of money. He's got like, 5 TV shows on at the same time.
What's he got? He had Yellowstone, Lioness, Mayor of Easttown, Landman.
And then, yeah, one of the Yellowstone prequels still on?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The Harrison Ford one.
Yeah, so he's clearly killing it. He's probably the biggest showrunner in Hollywood right now. So.
Looks like they're on board with Landman in the YouTube chats. What my wife and I are watching. That's what I pass
really
out
solid?
to after I snort my pills to go to bed at night.
I love Billy Bob Thornton. Yeah. In Fargo season 1, oh my God, that's like Javier Bardem and No Country for Old Men.
He was on the dais for the LaRussa roast that night with Bobby Knight and Billy Bob Thornton, and he got up there and said, I'd like y'all to have a moment of silence, please. And so everybody gets really serious, like, what's going on? That was for Dave Duncan and Tony La Russa's personality, which was actually kind of funny.
He narrated the 06 World Series movie, which I watched over and over and over as a kid. Like I could still to this day say every line.
Why don't you recite some for us? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jackson Burkett from the Horton Watkins Theater Program.
I actually went back and watched it like a couple years ago, and it's crazy to look how young Yadi and Wayno look in that, because they're doing interviews the whole time, and it's crazy how young they look. It's really a fascinating time capsule into Cardinals history. I really love that World Series DVD.
John Hamm did the 2011 one, I think?
Yeah. Yep. Right. Would that be the height of Mad Men?
I think it would be.
Yeah, he's a stud.
Bob Nightingale wrote Tigers in 3 and then noted that Chris Duncan was like the worst outfielder ever or something. And they said Dave Duncan went looking for Bob Nightingale. There was something to that effect.
If it's a Taylor Sheridan show, expect it to go downhill real quick. That's from Stag. Is that the reputation for Taylor Sheridan, Jackson? I mean, you're tied into Hollywood.
It feels like the reputation for most modern television shows is it can often start out red hot, and then it gains so much popularity they got to speed it up.
I do agree with that, actually.
They got to speed it up. And sometimes, especially like they make these TV shows now look like movies. Like watch Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon. It looks like a movie every single time they're doing it. And you need some time with that stuff. Like House of the Dragon has come back for 2 years. I'm glad. Make it good.
What is the last television show to start strong and finish strong?
Succession.
It's a nice play. It's a good answer.
Succession, Landed the Plane.
Did you ever get into that, Doug?
No, I can't get the password.
Yeah, I enjoyed that a lot.
That's a nice play.
Yeah, because like most of the time they go way too long and not too short. Usually, like shows don't cut themselves off. Usually, when they do, it's usually good. Like they leave the audience one more. Succession could have gone another 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah.
But if they couldn't get every actor for every season, or if they didn't feel it was strong enough to keep it going, then don't. Like, just finality is okay. That was my beef with Deadpool and Wolverine.
Finality is okay.
Finality is
They
okay.
only had 4 seasons on Succession.
Right, exactly. Like a show like that was doing that kind of numbers with that much cultural engagement. I'm sure HBO was like, please keep doing more. And Jesse Armstrong's
man,
like,
that left me wanting more. Succession.
Yeah, so
I didn't want it
good.
to end. That Brian
So
Cox,
good.
remember the principal in Rushmore?
And the chief in Super Troopers. And
I
he's
did not
and he's
remember
going
that.
all out in it. It's great. I love
The
it.
Sopranos having the run that it had to go 99 to 2007, and I know there was some time off in between, but it was 6 seasons, 86 episodes. And I think that the final episode is now appreciated more than it was in the moment.
Yeah.
I certainly would fall into that category as somebody who appreciates way more now than I did when it happened in 2007. I think Breaking Bad was strong from start to finish.
Yeah,
Would you
for
agree
sure.
with that?
100%. Yeah.
But I agree that you have these shows that, what do you call it, the cultural zeitgeist?
Yeah, grabs a hold
You
of.
like that, Doug, when
I
he says
don't.
cultural zeitgeist?
No.
And
It's
then
elitist.
they just fall off, and they're tainted by that. I mean, certainly Game of Thrones would be one. I think Yellowstone had that happen. I didn't watch Dexter. My wife watched Dexter. I know a lot of people hated the way that ended. I guess it's come back. Doug, you didn't like the way Different Strokes ended.
No.
So
Furious.
That's
That's what they
all
did
these
with
shows
Gary
are
Coleman.
an hour long. Like, that's a long time to be sitting with a television show. An hour an episode every single time. TV used to be 30 minutes exactly every time.
As the window passed on Welcome Back, Kotter, if I wanted to go back and
Gabe Kaplan.
digest it from start to finish.
I won't ruin that for you.
I think they're
Doug will do
mostly
this for us.
dead.
Well, still holograms.
It's amazing to me how much more work there is today for actors, camera people, writers, everyone in that industry. You know, there was a time when there was 3 networks that were cranking out TVs, and you get a couple of new movies a month, and now it's just you're just bombarded, deluged with stuff. You can watch movies forever on your TV, on your home TV.
Yeah.
More content that you could ever plow through.
You know what I watched last night, boys? There was nothing
Winnipeg,
doing.
Calgary.
I did not.
Landman?
This was with my 7-year-old son.
Initials?
C.
You watched Christmas. That's just the show? It's named Christmas?
Hold on. C.
C.
I'll give you this.
Crash.
Carrie? You watch Carrie? I wouldn't do that.
3 syllables.
Second letter, please. C.
A.
Carefree. Carefreeness.
Cry Macho? Clint Eastwood, bad.
Catherine. You watch Catherine.
Did not watch Catherine.
3 syllables.
No, it is.
Well,
but it's not what we watched.
Okay.
Caras.
D.
Cadillac.
Oh, Caddyshack.
Caddyshack.
So
Yes,
good.
indeed.
Never
Okay.
fails. This is it's so good.
But some of the humor of Caddyshack is not necessarily there for the 7-year-old mind, whereas we watched The Goonies
Much more slapstick.
about a week ago, and he really enjoyed that.
Yeah, some of Caddyshack, even when I first watched it, I kind of had to Google why, when Ted Knight's how about a Fresca? I was like, why is that funny? But
There's just certain things
Right.
that in particular, both Chevy Chase, who he recognizes as Clark Griswold from Christmas Vacation,
Sure.
And Ted Knight do with just subtle things that if you're a little older, you can appreciate. But then there are other things that the 7-year-old, finds incredibly amusing.
do you like the Gopher?
Certainly the Gopher, yes, and found Clark Griswold, as he called him, Ty Webb. And it's interesting to me because I'm like, okay, I guess there's going to be some nudity in here. But I personally believe that I'm a raging pervert because my mom used to stand in front of the television when there'd be nudity, and I think we're just gonna celebrate the human body at my home in Carport Village. And so when Lacey Underalls is naked there in Judge Smale's bed, I'm like, I probably should not. We're just gonna go with it and not make a big deal out of the whole thing. And so the 7-year-old goes, oh, this is gross, because that's the reaction when a 7-year-old sees people making out.
Sure.
Whereas I would imagine within the next few years, his mindset will change. And
you told your wife you're watching Sesame Street down there.
Did he have a take on D'Annunzio's golf outfit, which I
for
believe was
heaven's
a
sakes.
red blouse and 2 black gloves?
Tammy, just show them the nudes.
Take the Italian kids off there. Focus on the Irish kid, Danny Noonan, and the 30 kids in the house.
What about the Irish accent of our
Maggie?
Maggie, yeah.
You had a
Oof.
problem with that.
She did Animal House, that movie, and I think did so much cocaine that things just went so sideways.
That's what it was?
Yeah, I think
it was a bunch of junk?
Oh, yeah. I
didn't know that.
That movie, I've talked about this before, was fueled by cocaine. And
the whole movie was fueled by cocaine.
Yeah, they all were crazy. You should read this book about Doug Kenny.
You just got told what to do.
There's a Making of Caddyshack book that's fascinating if you like this stuff. And it talks about, they were all getting their per diems in cash and just immediately pooling all their money together. They were shooting in South Florida in 1979. Just a lot of white.
I like to modernize it, and I like to picture Kachuk as Dangerfield at Old Warson. Down a fairway with Brady and Matthew in the middle of summer, and they're blasting music out of their bag. And somebody over there saying, "Those are Kachuks? Keep it down. Hey, you want some music?" Big Walt.
Oh, God. Get involved in the program. Many are choosing to do so. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. Carlos Spicy Wiener says Taylor Sheridan television shows are for phony Jeffco Hoosier quote-unquote cowboys paying a nearly 20% interest rate on a used pickup truck and bragging about having an acre of property with zero practical use whatsoever. Think Cousin Eddie's worm farm type of land. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener. That's what Taylor Sheridan's market is?
I don't know. I'd forgotten that Cousin Eddie even had a worm farm.
He did. I think Taylor Sheridan has admitted that my wife said he was on Joe Rogan and said, listen, I realize it's a little bit soap opera-y, it's a little cheesy, but that's what people like. So he's admitted that at times. When I watch Yellowstone, I know Kevin Costner is going to speak in short little trite sentences. He's never going to have any real dialogue. He's like, and that's what I intend to do. I'll take this land back. This was your father's land. They're always cheesy one-liners, but you kind of accept what you're getting.
It's like eating junk food. Yeah, it's not really fulfilling, but I enjoy it. It gives me a little dopamine pop.
It's our Falcon Crest.
If it's what people like, why wouldn't you give them that? Why would you make movies that people don't want to see?
So Jackson can go to the cinema?
I guess.
Art house.
So elitists can say how wonderful the film is?
This is the same guy who's bemoaning the superhero stuff that you saw on the Golden Globes. You can't have it both ways. This is the crap that people want.
I understand why they're making it. I'm saying it's not for me.
Now we're together. Now we're simpatico.
Don't say simpatico.
You like that?
No.
Taylor Sheridan TV shows are soap operas for hefties?
Oh, you have to be overweight to enjoy them?
I wish I wouldn't have blown my time passages.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. What a leaderboard we have so far for the month of January. Buck Swope, Misty Plops, and Doty's Takeaway all have won so far this month. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
is Action Jackson with a Sports Center. I dropped my paper. This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Pacers defeat the Nets last night, 113-99. Tyrese Halliburton with 23 points and 8 assists. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. It's Brown and Croupen's presentation of The Morning After on 101 ESPN and the YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMASTL. 274 friends of the Feather have gathered, including Timothy Chalamet Sheer Stockings, who says Carlos Spicy Wiener's making fun of areas that he cannot afford.
Oh, really?
Yeah, how about that?
I like a little texture warfare.
Yeah, how about that? Iggy's in there talking about Alice Cooper.
Golfer.
Great golfer. Great ball striker. Yeah, a buddy of mine played with him here in St. Louis a few months ago.
Did he have the makeup on?
He did not. I saw the picture. He does not have the makeup on.
He's a somewhat normal guy, isn't he? When he's not performing, he's like a very normal guy.
Yeah.
Did he bite the chicken off the head, or was that
Ozzy?
I know Ozzy did, but I feel like Alice Cooper might have started that whole thing.
Jackson will check on that for maybe the next Sports Center update where he disappears below the council during his update. Martin, that was alarming.
I dropped my little paper that has the copy on it, and I realized it as the Sports Center music was playing. And so as a professional, I just get to work and grab it. Once I located it.
I thought you might have had a stroke.
Well, I'm
on the floor.
I'm like a cornerback, locate the ball, make a play on the ball. And locate your paper, make a play on the paper.
Burkett Island.
That's right. I'm like Revis.
I got this email during the commercial break. You can email me, tmckernan at InsideSTL.com. Hi, I like to bet on sports, and I'm excited about being able to gamble in Missouri. Do you know if Martin ever heard back about the legislation time frame? I know he was going to contact someone about it when it will be finalized. Thanks. That comes from Mike. Martin,
I'm writing that down.
I've been asking people. Nobody knows the answer. It's a really odd thing.
Extremely.
My understanding is this: it has to take place within a year of Election Day 2024. So therefore, November 2025 or before. That's my understanding. There was talk because the margin by which it passed was so narrow, there could be a recount. But my understanding from that is that the opposing side decided not to pursue it because it was going to cost so much money, and therefore the legislation would stand. But as far as a date when it would come into actual play in Missouri, I have not been able to get it. And I've talked with people who work in Jefferson City, amongst others, in the St. Louis metropolitan area. So I don't know. You guys heard anything on that?
That's where I left off, was the appeal that didn't happen. So the next thing was, when is it enacted? And I made a note. What day did I write that note down, Tim? Was that November 15th?
I think that was November. Was that November 15th?
Yeah, I don't know the dates.
I apologize. I am following up today.
Is it possible, since they didn't know if this would pass in the election, that the software just isn't ready yet? That nobody went through all the steps to make sure that it was ready to go?
I'd be very surprised.
Not knowing if it was going to pass?
There's too much money in it, I think, for that to be a real hindrance.
So this is an example of, the variety of opinions/information being passed around. I'll just read the text because we've got people texting in a variety of different dates. December 1st, 2025 is the first day to sports bet. That's from the 314. From the 636, someone said June or July is when Missouri can start betting. And I have received a text saying that it'll be ready for NCAA March Madness.
Okay.
That would strike me as, it'd be great, but it would surprise me if we hadn't heard about it if it's only 2 months away.
Agreed. I feel like a lot of promo, a lot of big rollouts would be coming behind it, and I haven't heard a darn thing about it.
I need some better lines to access. Blues plus 12,500 to win the Chalice, Doug, if you want to throw 100 on that.
Is there just one entity that's in charge of it all? I mean, couldn't gambling sites from all over the world come in and get started in Missouri, like right now, if it's legal?
I assume the government has to give them the go-ahead. Godforsaken tax man, maybe?
I don't know. It feels like they've got to go ahead since they won the election.
Let's see. I've heard that the holdup is getting the regulatory system and oversight in place. That's from Milagro Tequila, Texter of the Year, back-to-back champion, too, 2023-2024, Arbor Day.
That's
Arbor Day says it. I buy it.
Well, that would make sense that they're just not ready for certain things because they didn't know if it was going to go through.
Yeah, the regulatory board makes sense. Oversight. Yeah, that would be the for reasoning why it's taken so long. Because when they passed marijuana, I mean, people were buying it in, I feel like, January of the next year, months later.
Guys, Tishaura Jones has been flying all over the country to get the books, to get them set up. That's from Mr. Big Cream. I think DraftKings FanDuel has to get approval/pay license fees before they can start operating in Missouri. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Well, if that's all it was, wouldn't you think they'd pay those fees real quick, like the next day, and get going?
Yeah,
Get their
it's
clicks
immediate
clicking.
profit.
Yeah,
The moment you open up shop, it's profit season.
I mean, literally every day, money drives out of St. Louis and Kansas City and goes to this other state where you can wager every single day. People talk about it all the time. There's gas stations in Illinois, Change that up.
Texted the guy who runs Hollywood Casino.
Oh, okay.
See if we have an answer on this. I'm sure it is government related.
Guys, Jefferson City doesn't expedite a thing. That's from Kevin at the lake. Doug, the regulations have to be set up and operators get licensed before an operator can just start taking bets. That's from the 314.
Okay.
Didn't you guys watch Godfather 2? You have to bang the senator to get the license? That's from the birthday hawk.
Yeah, that senator. He the kids, they say F around and find out.
Yeah.
He effed around, and boy, how did he find out.
Guys, sports gambling was legal in Missouri 30 days after the election. The delay is issuing the licenses and the owners of those licenses partnering with the sports betting service or creating their own. That's from the 618.
Okay.
All right. That one. I'm going to buy stock in that answer.
All right.
And of course, whatever Arbor Day says.
Yeah.
I'm going to Ray Lemming.
By the way, Alice Cooper has said he never bit the head off a chicken during a concert, and that was a fabricated story from the Toronto Rock and Roll Festival.
Yeah, I'm actually on an Alice Cooper. That's why I tuned out of the gambling, because it said something despite the chicken incident. I was trying to find out more about the chicken incident.
The Kelces haven't had a misstep in a long time, but perhaps they have had one. We'll explain coming up. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. In 2025, let's start fresh by making your home more comfortable, energy efficient, and draft-free. If you've been feeling the chill in your home or seeing those energy bills climb higher than they should, it's probably your windows. Let Universal Windows Direct help you kick off the year with a warmer, cozier home and incredible savings. Universal Windows Direct is offering an amazing deal right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. That's right. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 more absolutely free with no limit. And 36 months of no interest financing. So you got 3 years to pay for your windows without a single cent of interest. Plus, if you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct, and they will beat it. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Watch the program on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. You always go back and podcast it. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the TMA podcast. And our studio cameras are brought to you by the Air Alliance team. And that's where you can watch us, 260 Friends of the Feather at 10 o'clock on a Tuesday in snowy St. Louis. Well, I'll tell you, look at how slow that car is going down Olive, Doug. I mean, what would you say, about 10 miles an hour? That's how
I think
the
there's
roads,
a red light there that they're stopping at.
The
just to our left as we look out.
The roads are still not necessarily great. No. My kid's school off today. Your kid's school off today, Martin?
Yeah, kids are home. Another big day at the house.
You going to go sledding?
That's a good question. It's funny, when the kids are off school, there's still plenty of activity to be done. Oh, where are we going to go today? Every family gets up and goes sledding. Hey, you want to go grab a pizza? Wait a minute, I thought we were stuck at home.
Right.
As soon as school is canceled, everybody's all right, what are we doing today?
It's a vacation day.
Yeah, I would imagine this will be the last one. I would imagine this will be the last one.
Let's get back to it tomorrow.
You think tomorrow's the right day? Tomorrow's the right day. Did anybody get a chance to watch the Jason Kelce program?
Saw clips of it, but didn't watch it in its entirety.
Friend of the program, Joe Buck, and his wife, Michelle, are going to be on the show this week.
Yeah.
But the debut of the program did not perform well. Per John Orand, it got 290,000 viewers. That's from John Orand. He says the figures were branded, quote, not particularly good, revealing that the same time slot in January 2024 did an average of 436,000.
Isn't it on at 1 a.m.?
So it's not a desired time slot. It's a late night show where they're just kind of screwing around. Per the New York Post, Jason Kelce did not take late night to new heights. You catch that, Doug?
Oh, wow. I did. I did.
For ESPN, the ratings for the debut episode of the former Eagles Center Friday night/Saturday morning talk show, they call it Late Night with Jason Kelce, were, quote, not particularly good. The first episode, which aired at 1 a.m., drew 290,000 viewers. 2 weeks prior, as John Oran noted on Twitter, the same time slot had 700,000 viewers, but that came after the Notre Dame-Indiana college football playoff game, which led to more people keeping ESPN on deeper into the night. During the same time slot last year, ESPN had 436,000 viewers, though it's unclear what was airing at that time. The hour-long show lasts 5 episodes, which are being taped at Union Transfer. That's a music venue in Philadelphia. He had Charles Barkley on. Charles Barkley, Martin, you said anytime you're starting a show, he's the guy that
He's like one of your first guests. Locally here, it's either Joe Buck or Bob Costas. Nationally, you get Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
Is Jason Kelce a good lead? I feel like he's a good piece of the show. Kind of like sitting in on Monday Night Football.
I see what you're saying.
I think maybe he's better as part of an ensemble.
As the sidekick instead of the lead guy.
Maybe.
Yeah.
He's got the podcast, which they're killing, him and Travis. And I'm sure some of that, of course, is fueled by Taylor Swift and her fans. But I watch that. I enjoy the hell out of that. That's good entertainment to me.
Like when Drinkwitz calls in, you like that?
Calls in. Was it ever official?
Yes. Remember
it was him or wasn't him?
No,
it was not him.
No, the Mizzou SID wrote me back, remember, and said
it was
not him. And yes, we've heard from a lot of people wondering the same thing.
I don't get why someone would fake Drinkwitz, but then just ask what their favorite post-game meal is. Like, if you're going to do that, at least, like, get something out of it.
I don't know that the Kelce brothers ever actually...
They didn't. They keep posting
They posted that recently,
like it was
and they acted like it was still him.
Yeah.
So they don't know any different.
I don't know if they cared.
But you're right. If you're gonna do a bit, you'd like it to go over.
But it's just a weird thing to be like, I'm going to fake being the head coach of Missouri football to ask Travis and Jason Kelce what their favorite post-game meal is. Like, that's a odd thing.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, the NFL did monster numbers for Sunday Night Football with the number 1 seed in the NFC on the line between the Vikings and Lions. It was huge numbers for the Vikings and the Lions. The game wasn't necessarily thrilling down to the end, even though it was tight at half. But Sunday night's matchup of the two NFC North foes was the first ever NFL regular season game between teams that had both won 14 games. And with that much on the line, everyone knew the ratings would be huge. After all, Sunday Night Football is the most watched program on television to begin with. And this was a huge matchup. So how many people watched? Nearly 30 million people watched the Lions and Vikings. It had an average of 28.5 million viewers on NBC and Peacock. The number trails only the 2012 regular season finale between Washington and Dallas, which got 30.5 million, and the 2024 season opener between the Ravens and Chiefs, which got 29.2 million. The audience topped the 2023 regular season finale between the Bills and Dolphins by 24%, and it's expected to be the most watched primetime show since the Ravens-Chiefs game that started the season. To compare to the NBA and Major League Baseball, according to quick research, the last NBA game to get that kind of viewership was, anybody want to take a guess?
No.
Game 7, Spurs, Heat.
No.
Okay.
Jesus Shuttlesworth, Game 6.
That's the answer?
No, it's not.
Oh, damn.
But it was the same series. 2013 NBA Finals, what you're thinking, right?
Got it.
You're going to have to go back before that, boys.
Oh.
When I say it, you're going to go,
Jordan, Utah.
Yes, Martin.
It's a 98.
Game 6, 98.
Yeah. Was it a push-off?
MJ was sick.
Was it a push-off?
Yeah. Seems like you think it was a push-off.
The last baseball game to be watched by that many people was Game 7 of the 2017 World Series between the Dodgers and Astros. Mind you, both of those were championship games, and this is an NFL regular season game. Doug, the NFL is Don Corleone.
Yes. That's almost 10% of everyone in the country watching the game.
It's crazy. And the Golden Globes were on at the same time.
And I was doing an Instagram Live.
And Tim was IG Live. Duck lipping.
So you
get ready with me videos.
You took 10 or 15
with
million
Charlie Marlowe.
eyeballs on it.
It's unbelievable. They're just a powerhouse. Even the lineup this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I could read the whole schedule if that helps. If you want to do a network type show, just read the whole schedule out loud. It's just unbelievable, the product. It typically, that game disappointed. Yeah. Typically, the games are great. No matter how bad the matchup is, it just ends up being a great game.
How do you think the games on Thursday and Friday are going to do with Penn State, Notre Dame, and Texas and Ohio State, that being a Friday night game? I mean, I'm fired. I can't wait to watch football Thursday through Monday. My NFL interest is certainly less than the college football playoff games, but how do you think they'll do? I think they'll do big.
I think Texas Ohio State will do huge numbers.
It's Friday night, but it's winter and maybe people aren't necessarily leaving the house. I think
it's going to be huge.
I think you've got it whittled down to the Final Four, their premier brands, programs.
Yeah, that's what Reese Davis, I was listening to his podcast on the way here today, and he's like, he goes, I don't look at my mentions anyway. He goes, but I know that there's a narrative that ESPN didn't get the teams that they wanted, and he's like, you guys have no clue what you're talking about, but it's the SEC thing. People are like, you and the SEC. And I just think that that's like a thing that Hill Jacks on Twitter get going. I mean, if you got Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Texas, and I think the next tier down would be Penn State, you've got monster brands. I think if ESPN could hand pick a team, it might be Notre Dame. And it's not because Notre Dame's been any good for the most part over the last number of decades, but it's just a brand. The weird thing, though, as we've talked a little bit about, is because of Marcus Freeman and because of the anti-SEC thing, Notre Dame is kind of in a face mode as opposed to the usual heel mode with regard to fans kind of pulling for them. I don't know if anybody's really going to be pulling for or against Penn State, but I think people will be pulling for or against Notre Dame to an extent, not nearly as much as what it would have been a couple decades ago. And certainly people will have a rooting interest one way or the other on Ohio State, Texas, well beyond Ohio and Texas.
Yeah, I think the matchups are great. I think the numbers will be huge. Friday night, what else do you have? I know it's a busy night. It's not a great TV night traditionally. But what else is going on? I mean, sports-wise.
I mean, a huge chunk is going to be...
And they're starting at 6:30, which from a central time, and it'll probably wind up being like 6:45. But either way, what is the matchup that you want to see the most, Martin, in the championship?
I want to see Ohio State, Notre Dame.
There you go. That's where I am. Where are you, Doug?
The same thing.
Yeah. I mean,
And I want to see Notre Dame win it all.
God bless. I'm right there with
Texas is a huge brand. I kind of want Ohio State to win just for that narrative, just the way their season was over when they lost to Michigan.
Really regret not firing a bullet on them to win the whole thing. Because I think they were plus 650. And I'm like, I still think they're the best roster. I just don't know what the hell he was doing against Michigan running the ball, considering the talent with Smith and Ibuka. The one that I think would be the loser, and it's not because my alma mater's in the SEC, I just wouldn't want to see a rematch. I didn't want to see Georgia, Texas in the SEC champion. I don't want to see a rematch of Ohio State, Penn State.
No.
Agreed.
That would be the bad beat.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the other outcomes are gold across the board.
Yeah.
You know?
Ohio State and Notre Dame, I think, would be.
Well, and Marcus Freeman being an Ohio State guy is an added layer.
Yeah.
But I mean, Texas, Notre Dame is a win.
For sure.
Penn State against Texas is a win.
Yeah.
Penn State against Ohio State.
Given what you had in the 12-team playoff, they avoided, if it was Arizona State, Boise State in some situation, I ain't going to do it.
I would have gotten paid if that happened.
Okay, never mind. They should have had that.
Thank you.
No, for heaven's
sake. Some priest in Arizona.
That was a quick turn.
A priest in Arizona stopped his sermon and said that was targeting.
Good for him.
Yeah, it was great. I enjoyed it.
Doug, can you tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling, the sponsor of the email of the day?
Hopefully your furnace is holding out okay in this cold weather. It's going to be cold for a while, too. So you ought to know, and hopefully you do by now, if you have any kind of problems with your furnace or with your air conditioning during the warmer months, Design Air Heating and Cooling is the place you need to go. You need to get in touch with Seth Goldcamp. He and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904. It is a fourth-generation St. Louis business. They are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They just do outstanding work. Design Air Heating and Cooling, known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty. They will never upsell you. They're not going to come into your home, try to sell you something you don't need. If they can fix your furnace with just a little tweak, that's exactly what they will do. They take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling now. You don't have to call. You just go online and schedule when you'd like them to come out and take a look at your unit. For all your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. Find them online at designairservice.com.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at about 10:50. Martin, you got to go do onboarding, right?
Yeah, you notice, though, with the kids at home, I pushed onboarding back a little bit. So we'll.
Yeah, Jackson and I, maybe we do QFTA today.
The old rich school. Yeah. Tim's like, it will go as long as you need. Honey, I'm at work. What do you need?
Yeah,
I know the kids are going, sister. Sorry, the audience demanded. Well, actually, I heard you demand that they demand it. That's true.
Martin is heading out. Chairman Kurt will slide into the dais here and join us for the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. Martin, have a wonderful day. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Big surprise guest Wednesday. Can't wait.
Oh, and that's coming your way tomorrow. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL.
Welcome back. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan and Doug Vaughn. Chairman Kurt sliding in for Martin Kilcoyne, who has onboarding still going on, Doug.
He's still not officially an employee? Is that what this is? We're working on insurance and things like that, direct deposit. All this takes months and months.
Still onboarding.
Okay.
Chairman Kurt, how's the direct deposit setup going on with Sound Story? We have a couple people with Sound Story who still haven't set up direct deposit, and then we have trouble with their payment.
I've got 3 people that I'm chasing down, trying to get them set up with this.
All recognizable St. Louis on-air personalities. Doug, let's hold them accountable right here and right now.
Sure. All names that everybody would be familiar with. It's a new technology, Doug, so you understand people a little slow to catch up to direct
it's been
deposit.
Around 10, 12, 15 years or
yeah,
so?
something like that. But just one in this building, and I think that'll be an easy fix.
Oh, really? I didn't know there was one in this building.
No, it's not you,
Okay.
Doug. You're perfect. But and Tim's perfect. But somebody else in this building, I'll have to put my
hero, Tim McKernan.
Yeah, put my finger in their chest and get them set up with direct deposit. A couple people in another building, but we'll get that taken care of.
There's still some people afraid that they're going to get hacked if they do that.
I don't know what the problem is.
Chairman Kurt will hand deliver checks to people around the St. Louis area.
Yeah, I've driven it to. I've put it right in their mailbox a couple
Why don't
times.
you just mail it?
I don't like doing that with money. I pass by there anyway, and I know it's just a check. It's not like it's a wad of cash, but I want to make sure it gets done. And if I do it, I know it got done.
How about that? How about that kind of responsibility? That's Harry S. Truman right there, Doug.
All right.
A gentleman was listening to the program in the sports betting conversation for the state of Missouri and sent me this link. All the votes have been counted and verified. Amendment 2 is officially passed by the will of the people, and now it's up to the regulatory agencies to put all the pieces in place for a successful launch of mobile sports betting in Missouri. But when will it happen? The language in the legislation is unequivocal. December 1st, 2025 is the deadline for the launch of digital sports betting in Missouri. So I was wrong. It's not the Election Day anniversary. It's December 1st, 2025. Nevertheless, it's no secret that all parties benefit from a sooner than later launch, but there are several steps necessary to making that happen. Missouri State University finance and economics professor David Mitchell spoke about the mechanics that are necessary to get mobile and retail sports betting off the ground. Quote, it takes time to get those things in place, licenses, do background checks on people to make sure businesses are set up and websites and everything. It just doesn't happen overnight, said Mitchell. It's more of an operational constraint than it is a legal constraint. In other words, getting it right is more important than launching it quickly, but sometimes there are hiccups in the process that can bog the process down. Nevertheless, the regulators will be working with all of the major players in the industry. The duopoly that currently dominates the market, FanDuel and DraftKings, donated a combined $40 million to the Political Action Committee Winning for Missouri Education, which successfully campaigned for the legalization of sports betting. So that is what the reason is for it not happening yet, is to get it all set up. It has been rumored, per OzTrader.com, that the launch will come before the NFL regular season launches in September, and I know they want to have it ready by the time Missouri takes on Central Arkansas in late August.
A lot of money will come in on that one.
That's all I care. As long as it comes in before next football season, I'll be okay.
That's still a pretty extended period of time, though. I think people thought
ideally
that it'd be up and running long before then.
Ideally, be up right now by my druthers, but as long as I can bet on college football and NFL next time around, next fall, I'd be pretty happy, considering where we were at, or where we're at now. Jeez.
Now, I would think they'd want to get up before the NCAA tournament and then baseball season, where there's lots of games every night. But I'm sure they're doing what they can with all the money at stake.
Dan in the YouTube chat, along with 286 other people who are watching via the Air Alliance team studio cameras at youtube.com/TMASTL, says the gas station slots may be the happiest place in the world. Is that true? The gas station slots are the happiest place?
You ever been there? It is.
I've not seen one.
And that's the happiest place? Because I've always heard like
Disneyland,
Disney World. I've been to some orgies in Las Vegas, but you're saying that the
Disney World
station?
is BS on that, and then same with the slots. Yeah, it's far from the happiest place I've ever been.
Are there places right in St. Louis where you can play slot machines at gas stations?
Yeah.
Like where?
The gas station right across from the last place I worked over in Fenton Valley Park area had them.
Really?
And I'd see people in there when I'd make a run over.
And it's the happiest place in the world?
I didn't see a lot of self-actualization or self-fulfillment in there.
I like that, self-actualization.
What's that mean?
I think
Well,
when one
I have a carport.
when one is happy with where one's self is.
That's called self-actualization?
Right.
And you can either play gas station slots or just tweet.
Okay. I'm sure there's a lot of winners at the gas station slots, too, right? Almost everyone wins.
Yes, it's positive EV all day.
I think so.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way. Buck Swope, Misty Plops, and Doty's Takeaway. All with wins so far. Can you get through Chairman Kurt's filter and win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today? It comes your way at about 10:50 here on this program. Hey, I know a lot of people have their New Year's resolutions. We're approaching a week into 2025. Here's one I would suggest. Make sure that if you haven't been going to the dentist, you go in 2025, because dental health ties into all of your health. If you don't have dental health, that can affect the rest of your body. And you go, I don't have dental insurance. No insurance, no problem. At 100 West Dental. Go online at 100westdental.com and work with Dr. Brandon Pryor. If you are interested in Invisalign, you mention my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner, can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. Plus, no phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online at 100westdental.com for availability and book right then and there. It's 100westdental.com. And don't forget, no insurance, no problem. They have a membership plan to aid the costs of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. Mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. Tim McKernan and Doug Vaughn. Chairman Kurt is sitting in for Martin Kilcoyne while he is engrossed in onboarding. And Jackson Burkett will have the latest on Nolan Arenado and the Red Sox next here on TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN. Show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Large presence in the YouTube chat today, Doug.
What is that?
We've been over 300 at times. We're
Really?
at 248 right now. Dan, MD 2020, who's mad at you for spoiling The Sopranos.
Okay.
And DJ Patty Cakes, Jasper, Lamar Crab, Stag, Droid Effects, Crestwood Coyote. They're all in there, and they're talking about it.
I like the name Jasper.
Iggy's been in there if you want to talk it over with Iggy. See what's doing there. Kevin Nixon's in there with Stephen Mack and Timothy Chalamet's sheer stockings, and he's sideways with Carlos Spicy Meter. So there it all is for you. Jared Carabas, Doug, do you follow him on the Twitter tweets?
I don't.
Jackson,
Not as much as I should.
Where is he? He's got close to 500,000 followers. Big baseball guy. Where has he made his bones?
He was at Barstool for a long time. He was like the head of Barstool Baseball. And then I think DraftKings gave him a good chunk of change to leave there. And now I think he's independent.
Underdog Fantasy is what's on his
Underdog. All right.
Twitter bio. And the big topic around baseball right now is Nolan Arenado and Jared Carabas with regard to the Cardinals, Nolan Arenado, and the Red Sox potentially being the landing spot for Nolan Arenado per John Denton. And John Denton's report that Arenado would accept a trade to Boston. There are some Red Sox fans who are not excited about the idea of Arenado going to Boston. And Jared Carabas just tweeted here within the last half hour, since I'm rage tweeting today. Doug, you ever rage tweet?
I haven't done it.
He's a Red Sox fan, too.
I should do it more, I feel.
Chairman Kurt, you were nodding when I said rage tweet.
I don't often do it, but I found myself doing it a little bit. I think it was the Vanderbilt game I might have.
The Missouri Vanderbilt game?
Yeah.
It's when you're really mad and you just can't, you got too many hot takes.
I think I said I was ready to pay for Kirby Moore's moving fees.
Oh, really?
And I never do that, but that...
Were you tweeting at Gabe?
I didn't at anybody. I was hoping maybe Drink might see it and come after me like he did Schaefer.
Brendan Schaefer.
Did it make you feel good after you rage?
No, I was not happy with myself for that.
And you can't take it back. You can delete it, right?
I try not to delete things. I think that shows a sign of weakness. I'd rather own it than delete it.
You should have added Moon Choi, the chancellor.
Yeah.
CC Moon
I didn't want to pull a Manuel Acho and go deleting things.
Yeah, he did delete his praise of Joy Taylor, Doug. But Jared Carabas tweeted within the last half hour, since I'm rage tweeting today, I don't understand the resistance to adding Nolan Arenado. People talking about a 33-year-old like he's 75. He's still a great athlete. Huge upgrade defensively. I love the Mike Lowell trade comparison. And he's a savage. He only cares about winning. So Jared Carabas, if he does have some sway with Red Sox fans who may be resistant to the idea of Boston acquiring Nolan Arenado, he is making the case for his Red Sox and all of the followers that he has. He's very influential for many baseball fans, that Nolan Arenado would make sense for the Red Sox.
Yeah, I agree with everything he said. I think Arenado is a whole lot better player than what seems to be out there right now. He's coming off his worst season in years. But, you know, he may have been banged up a little bit. We don't know.
Yeah.
There was some talk that he might have had a little back issue that he was dealing with.
And maybe there's something to him, like, being on a team where he doesn't like have to be the superstar, you know, like he doesn't have to be the bat in the lineup that is the straw that stirs the drink. You know, he's in Colorado, he's certainly that. But when Goldschmidt won the MVP, Arenado was right behind him, you know, because maybe in Arenado's mind, he didn't have to be everything, whereas he's had to be that a lot in his career.
Yeah, and it's a good point that he's 33. There's a lot of guys still pretty much in their prime at 33. Now, not much older than that. You know, he may not give you 5 or 6 years, but I would think he'd give you 2 or 3 really good ones.
The decline, I think, is what people would be pointing to with the age. You know, he's 33 and declining a little bit. I'll get him out.
Does anybody here in the 101 ESPN studios think that he will be with the Cardinals when we get to Jupiter on what we think will be February 10th for the return to the picnic table? Jackson, you're a no. Chairman Kurt, you're a no. Doug?
Yeah, I'll say no.
You say no? I'd bet everything I have that it's a no. I suppose if you wanted to play this out, because when it gets down to it, I think most fans, if not damn near every fan, really doesn't care about the Cardinals' finances or have sympathy for the Cardinals' finances, it would go, okay, well, if the Cardinals don't get the Red Sox to pick up, say, $38 million of the remaining $74, and they only pick up take your pick of whatever arbitrary dollar figure, say 20 million of it, and the Cardinals are still on the hook for a huge amount, and that would be a huge amount of the remaining balance, that $74 million, then perhaps what that allows the Cardinals to do is to acquire a prospect who would have value as the team goes through what really is a rebuild. And so therefore, if you're a Cardinal fan, perhaps you would want them to do business with a team that isn't as apt to pick up a lot of the money, because your currency becomes a prospect. And for fans, you don't really care about the dollars anyway.
Exactly, yeah. That's totally their problem, not ours. Here's a question to you, gentlemen. If Nolan Arenado didn't have a no-trade clause, would he already be gone at this point in the offseason?
Yes, all day long. I mean, Houston, right, for sure. But so where are you going with that question?
Because of, like, it obviously takes two to tango anytime you have a no-trade clause. Like, this is clear on the Cardinals front. They're like way past due, and for Arenado, it's like I haven't seen an offer yet that interests me enough. That kind of feels like the state of things as we sit here on January 7th.
I guess we should be encouraged that there are still some players who don't want to be traded away from the Cardinals. Because if you put yourself in his shoes, wouldn't you say, well, just about anywhere except for a couple places, I'd be thrilled to go. And those couple places, like Oakland and the White Sox, the Marlins, they're not in the business of taking on big time salary players anyway. So I would think that most places would be a better place to play right now than St. Louis, seeing as how the Cardinals don't seem to be making much of a push to be a contender.
I think one of the things, and it is certainly for some Cardinal fans being taken that way, that like, look at Contreras, he wants to be here. But where would Wilson Contreras be an everyday player?
Right.
As far as actually, would he be a DH? I don't think he's really a desirable DH for what he's making. Cardinal fans love him, and a lot of Cardinal fans love him. That's a great thing. I couldn't be more. I'm not like anti him as a guy. He's a fiery competitor, and I don't fault him. I just think the deal was just ridiculous when they made it. But I think it's you want to play, and if you're Arenado and it's coming to an end, Contreras won a championship. If you're Arenado, you want to be competing for a championship in an ideal world. Now, the Red Sox are not considered to be a likely World Series team. That's an important part of this. They're in the mix. It's not like they're in the Cardinals spot, but they're not, they're not the Dodgers or Yankees or Mets or Braves or Phillies. It's a different spot as far as projections go.
Yeah. We tend to think of Boston as a contender, and yet the Cardinals had a better record than the Red Sox did last year.
The Red Sox are in a unique spot right now. They're projected to have a fine season as it stands, but not by any means what's going on in the American League East and the National League West when you're talking about the Yankees and the Dodgers dominance. But, Michaelis has indicated he doesn't want to go anywhere. But then at the same time, how many ball clubs would Miles Michaelis be able to get the ball every 5 days?
Right. Certainly be colder temperature-wise than our St. Louis baseball Cardinals.
Well, you would assume any team that goes out and tries to acquire him would want him to play. They're not going to acquire either of those guys to sit on the bench somewhere, Contreras or Michaelis or anyone. If you got a guy making some money, nobody trades for him so they can sit.
Yeah, for sure.
Guys, Carabas is a crazy Red Sox fan. He was on their championship parade float, so he really is inside with them. That's from the 314.
Yeah, he's a big Red Sox guy. When he was at Barstool, he was huge.
Boston's in a tough division.
Baltimore, Yankees.
Yeah.
And then the Rays are always lurking even though you go, who the hell?
Yeah, Blue Jays can lurk too.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. James Carlton sponsors Gabe DeArmond. He's a loyal Tim McKernan Show sponsor as well. And Jackson and I are going live on YouTube. 11:15, Jackson? I'm going to be standing by.
11:20. Well,
why the extra 5 minutes needed?
I have things to do.
Oh,
sorry.
Oh, gosh.
What do you do? Watch Kings highlights?
Yeah. Light the beam once I'm done.
James Carlton, loyal sponsor of the Tim McKernan Show and the morning after. Anything goes on the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Doug, I get to use profanity.
Is that fun for you?
It does. Okay. I find myself not really using it all that much, though.
No, it's just kind of nice to be totally unencumbered.
But
Certainly
I'm
more.
not like fighting off an F-bomb as we talk right now.
No.
I don't know what the deal is.
There's sometimes, though. Sometimes where you fight one off.
Is that right? On here?
I couldn't say our guy Sal Bompancero's name. If we were on the podcast, I'd be saying, big.
Right. But I wasn't on the verge of saying.
Sure. Yeah, I rarely is it like a knee-jerk reaction. I need to curse. Yeah, I'm with you.
But Larry Nichols excited about the WWE on Netflix now because they can curse.
I asked him that like 2 weeks ago, and he said no, they won't be cursing.
He's changed his stance. He got more information.
So they were cursing in the ring?
Yes, actually.
You could hear them?
I did see it, yeah.
Cursing at each other?
Yeah, I had to explain that to my 7-year-old after we got done watching Lacey Underalls.
Gosh.
James Carlton, 314-961-4800 or online at carltoninsurance.net. I just did another new policy with James Carlton here within the last few days, as a matter of fact. I love working with him and his staff. Major recommendation, connected him with a listener yesterday on Facebook. Love doing it. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. If you'd like me to make the introduction, email me, McKernan at InsideSTL.com. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the Minnesota Wild. You can catch that right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at Wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. This is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. And our studio cameras on YouTube brought to you by the Air Alliance team. The 101 app is sponsored by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Very active YouTube. Great to see all the people getting involved on YouTube. Kind of an alarming moment for me as a lifelong Cardinal fan in the commercial break. I went to the TMA fan page on Facebook where I posted that Jackson and I are going live on the TMA YouTube channel at 11:15, although apparently 11:20. YouTube.com/TMA STL with my podcast, questions from the audience, the Tim McKernan Show podcast. And somebody posted this for our former board operator, the Plowhawk, Darren Atkins' attention on the TMA fan page that the Cardinals are celebrating National Bobblehead Day. And I recognized Mason Wynn. I was operating at 99.9% certainty that one of the other players in the picture is Alec Burleson, but I wasn't 100% sure who the player in the top left of the image is, and I realize this is a visual conversation, and we've all agreed that it's a stranger-looking picture of Brendan Donovan. And then I held it up for Jackson after he returned from taking a recreational. And Jackson thought that that was indeed Donovan, but he didn't recognize Alec Burleson.
Yeah.
And the point being, Doug, I got 2 points. Do you mind?
Oh, yeah.
So Roman numeral 1.
You don't have to do it in outline form.
For the first time in my life, the Cardinals are promoting something, definitely not bobbleheads, but promoting in the offseason. And I'm not operating with certainty on who the people are that they're promoting. Now, maybe it's just an odd picture of Brendan Donovan, and I think it is. It kind of looks like if he and Lance Berkman were to have a child, that's what the face looks like, but the hair is there. And I'm not saying that they're not, for the record. I'm just saying it's an odd picture. And that Jackson Burkett, who's known around here as Mr. Baseball, didn't recognize Alec Burleson.
No.
And then Doug made the question, Roman numeral 2, wouldn't you think they'd have, like, Sonny Gray? And then Chairman Kurt goes, yeah, or Helsley? And I go, well, boys, that's a screaming tell. Because if they cannot find a trade partner for Nolan Arenado, my guess is Sonny Gray might be heading out to try to clear some salary. And then as far as Helsley goes, I think that's probably a moving target for the 2025 campaign. And if they don't trade him in the offseason, then I would imagine they would look at trading him at the deadline should this team not be within 5 games of one of the many wild card spots that baseball has watered down its postseason.
I guess they're saying these are 3 guys we're pretty sure are going to be on this ball club.
Well, that's the
and they are Brendan Donovan, we believe, Alec Burleson, we believe, and Mason Wynn.
When do you think the last time the Cardinals could have
put Jordan Walker?
Put 3 players on there and you wouldn't have been able to just spot on name all 3?
Never in my lifetime. Never in my lifetime. I've been obsessed with this team since Doug. That was August of 1982. Lonnie Smith hit an inside the park home run, and Jeffrey Leonard and Chili Davis kind of fumble left around up against that wall that was 450 feet away from home plate.
I guess right now you'd have to say Mason Wynn is their most valuable commodity, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Yeah. As things stand right now, I think if Jordan Walker can get anywhere near his ceiling, then it would be him. But yeah.
And I want to re-emphasize this point. There isn't anger in St. Louis. Now, don't get me wrong. It exists. But the greater emotion is apathy. The greater emotion is, nah, whatever. And that to me is a bigger problem. Doug, you'd like to tell the people about Schaefer Door Company, the TMA podcast sponsor here on 101 ESPN.
One thing I know about Schaefer Doors, I know how to spell it.
Yep.
SCHAEFER, only 1 F's. Now, there's a couple of other businesses out there called Schaefer, but they've got 2 F's. This is Schaefer Door with 1 F. And they are the people that you need to know if anything ever happens to your garage door. And I thought of them this morning because I hit that garage door and went up 2 feet and died. I hit it again, it went down. I hit it again, all the way up. I don't know what that is. I don't know what, but my immediate thought was Schaefer Door will know. I may have to give him a little jingle. It goes up about 2 feet and dies. Then it goes down. Then it goes right back up to where it should be.
Do it.
If you have any kind of problem like that, Schaefer Door can take care of you. They've been out to my house before. A year or two ago, they came out and replaced the struts and got me going good. But this is a name that you need to have in mind. I'm suggesting you write it out on a piece of paper, Schaefer Door, and tape it on somewhere in your garage.
Nice idea.
So when the garage door goes, you won't say, what do I do now? Who do I know? Do I know somebody? Yes, you know somebody. You know the people at Schaefer Door. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and Mister, they are versatile. They've got that special Monday morning standby service. I almost need it on Tuesday, but they got a special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. The business has multiple family members working there, and they have for years. Big enough for any type of job, small enough that when you call them, you're talking to a real person. The service tech's not commission-based. They will never try to sell you something that you don't need. Again, it's Schaefer Door. It's best to call or text at 636-782-3608. I'll give it again.
Do it.
636-782-3608. That is Schaefer Door. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA 101 ESPN. It's 10:53. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. What a leaderboard we have, Doug. Buck Swope, Misty Plops, and Doty's Takeaway. He has a great takeaway, kind of a Furic itch.
And we're talking about Doty Rahman, the engineer that works here.
That's correct.
the first few feet off his takeaway on a golf swing.
That's correct.
That's the
kind of a hitch.
Okay.
He has an outside to in swing path. Inspired by Janet's blistering call this morning, I decide that it's finally time that we discuss one of the most underrated parts of the show. Tim's coy, when he is being shy and bashful and playful while not divulging information. Oh, I guess he means,
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
I picture him waving his pincers at the audience. It's the cutest. Also, if Tim is successful in finding a graphic designer, can they create a cartoon for my Facebook page that is a topless Jackson dancing alone at Wheelhouse with a Dexter Fowler bobblehead box tucked under his arm while his dad sits in his Munganast SUV on the snow-covered street in the background? Thanks. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of the Strictly Gloomy Gas Station Slots.
Shooter McGavin.
Morning, boys. Short time, first time here. Oh, new listener.
Nice.
I discovered your little operation after falling in love with the now defunct balloon party. May God rest its soul. This despite Comrade Jackson's incessant NBA babble. But how could I resist? Tim's just so cute.
Oh, God.
And honestly, if I were into non-Gentiles, I'd take Piddles for a spin.
Wow, for a spin?
Doug, that's quite a sentence.
Yeah, for real. It might win.
I need to add a translucent to my body count. I interned for that Silver Fox Martin at the 2 Fox in the mid-aughts. He once called me Super Intern Grant. It was a nice gesture, one I'll never forget. I stuck around for an extra 6 months just to keep watching Jober scream at television screens and hear the Dizzle, Rob Desir, say unrepeatable things about the women of St. Louis. Martin, what's the statute of limitations on violated labor laws? Think we're in the clear now? I've never met Doug, but I wouldn't mind entering him from behind with my fist. Wow,
That's
Chairman.
enough.
Chairman.
Who was that?
God almighty.
Yeah, it's like the
Who would
takeaway.
say such a thing?
Got started right. but-
Chairman, was that read through?
Did you filter
I
that?
missed that line as I read through it.
I'm not sure you did.
God almighty.
All right, he just got suspended. Who
That's
was it, Tim?
unfortunate. That's the D-Gen from Jeffco, a new and committed listener.
I like how he's
D-Gen
committed.
from Jeffco, welcome to the suspension logule. 2 days time for you, sir. Sponsored by the Illinois Recovery Center. D-Gen from Jeffco.
He says, P.S. KSTK did Larry Thornton dirty.
What'd they do to Larry?
I didn't know. I thought Larry left on his own accord.
Well, he probably did.
Yeah, but who would want to leave local news?
There it is.
Thank you. Unbelievable. Janet, you are a St. Louis national treasure. The world needs Janet's baseball wisdom, brutal honesty, and hottest of hot takes. Tiny PP catching strays is going in my record book. Larry Nickel, thank you so much for bringing attention to the cinema that took place on Netflix last night. Was the call about the delightful booty cheek bowl between Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan. John Cena's farewell tour. The OTC regaining its rightful Ulafala?
Chairman? Yeah, that's the necklace of roses for the tribal chief.
Doug, did you know that?
I didn't know. No.
No, the real reason for the call was to tell us about Antarctica dropping out of the top 5 countries in the world due to Justin Trudeau resigning. Blessings, that's from Droid Effects.
Droid Effects?
Yeah, very active in the YouTube chat dating back to the balloon party days.
Okay.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the North Dakota State Bison held off the Montana State Bobcats in the FCS Championship 35-32. If you or someone you know wagered on the football championship subdivision, call 1-888-BETS-OFF and get some help. Libby Jack managed to drive himself to work today, but still pronounces Joe's Burrows Bengals like Susanna Hoff's Bangles. Hulk Hogan was booed last night on Monday Night Raw for reasons we have yet to determine, but probably not related to his having cucked the former Morning Drive radio host of 590 The Man. Nolan Arenado's agent has been frantically trying to play up his client's willingness to accept a trade to Boston. Is that a new report? As we're only 5 weeks away from pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training on February 10th, give or take a day or 6. Meanwhile, the Cardinals' lame duck GM, who 2 off seasons ago somehow convinced Arenado to leave substantial money on the table by not opting out of his contract, admitted they're trying to trade Arenado to a place he desires. But if not, he will have to be part of their club moving forward. But I think the lead is that it's not clear if the Red Sox are interested. My sources indicate Cardinals Vice President of Special Projects Mike Gersh has been tasked with convincing Arenado to accept a wider delta of trade partners. You got the Guardians, you got the Orioles, you got the Tigers, you got the Mariners, you got the Twins, you got the Royals. Breaking news, we've got a banty old lady with this radio show playing in the background calling in to trash the Cardinals and their analytical crap before demanding we stop talking about Libby Jack's January 2024 Listener of the Month, Tiny Pee-Pee, and his undersized dong.
Oh.
Doug, that's what we got, and that comes from Buck Swope. The question is what you got.
I think it's between Droid Effects and Buck Swope, but I have to give it to Buck. I just thought his was better. Buck Swope.
I'm going to veto the suspension. I liked Grant's.
Wow.
He's not eligible.
Good
He's
morning,
not
Grant.
Simply not eligible.
I like Shooter McGavin.
So it's going to put me to the test. Oh, man. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the D-Gen from Jeffco, a new and committed listener.
Congratulations.
PSKSTK did Larry Thornton dirty.
Shout out his mom, a teacher at Segman.
Did you hear some of the filth that he wrote? You don't care.
It was a tribute to Kyle Loesch and Skip Schumacher.
Right, it's beautiful.
Jackson and I are going to be live on YouTube here in apparently 20 minutes, even though I'm loaded for bear right now. Participate in the conversation, youtube.com/TMASTL. It's the Tim McKernan Show podcast. For Jackson Bennett Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. BK and Ferrario are up next. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL.